So the last time I played Mario and Luigi Dream Team would have been over a decade ago. I dropped it at a certain point that I cannot recall, and so I'm curious to see why that might have been, or if it was just not the right time for me to play it. Considering, I mean, Bowser's Inside Story came out when I was still in middle school, I think. Tail end of middle school, whereas this was like tail end of high school. So definitely a different time in my life to be playing these games. And so I just don't recall very much aside from like some of the dream abilities, like the tornado and stuff. Invitation to Pillow Island, or Pillow Island. Princess and some of her staff decided to take the trip to the island. I did bump down the resolution boost a little bit, just to make sure that this runs smoothly, because I was having some issues trying to get it to work earlier. Weirdly enough, even though I'm not using custom textures, turning custom textures back on, even if I'm not using them, seemed to make it work better, which is weird. But it feels good to be back and starting a new game. It's always exciting in its own way. Pillow Island, can't say I've heard of it. Feel rather uneasy about this trip. We still have time, let's return home. Broggy didn't like that. There's a little something on my screen. Got it. Proprietor of Pillow Island. I am Dr. Snoozemore. And he has narcolepsy, which is fun. Special power that makes you sleep soundly. I can't say the setup is any more convincing than the previous games. Maybe aside from Bowser's, I guess. Or, well, I mean, by that I mean Bowser's had a more convincing setup. And I do want to give this game a legitimate chance as much as I can, but I feel like this one's kind of hit or miss for people. Okay, I like that the battles are still on the same screen. No. There might be a little bit of lag here and there as we kind of get set up. As the shaders, the shader cache builds and whatnot. That's great. Maybe I need to bump down the resolution just a little bit more, even. Because Because it should look fine for you guys. I mean, it looks fine for me too. It's way better than playing at native resolution, but most of the time when I'm playing 3DS games, it's like turn-based stuff. And like, yeah, this game is turn-based, but it's, you know, you've got the action components to the combat and platforming and whatnot. So it's kind of important that it runs smoothly.
Mamma mia.
But I've already committed to streaming all of these, so I'm like, we'll go through a Dream Team, however long that ends up taking, and then depending on how I'm feeling, if I want to jump into Paper Jam right away, or if I want to do some BN3 post-game before that. Because I do have some more ideas about games I do want to stream, or potentially want to stream at some point. But it kind of depends on certain game announcements, because I'd want to try to somewhat tie them into new releases if I can. I might even stream some new releases here and there. Like, I was thinking about SMT5 could be fun when that drops. Okay. Oh, I have to use the actual control stick and not the D-pad. That's kind of annoying. I wonder... are there distinct inputs between the circle pad and D-pad in this game? Because if not, I might just double bind it. I actually don't hate this art style. It's a little jarring when I see the remakes of Superstar Saga and Bowser's in this style, but since Dream Team was kind of, you know, it never looked anything different than this. This is the only version of the game. You know, I do wish that Nintendo would do collections of their older titles. I understand why they either just add them to Switch Online or sell remasters of them individually, but I don't know. I see a lot of these great collections from like Capcom and even Konami with their, you know, the Castlevania Advance collection and stuff. And I'm like, man, imagine if Nintendo did the same thing, but they just don't. What's up, Jeffrey and Bob? Lots of great animations. And this is when they New Super Mario Brosified the normal enemies. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, you'd argue this is the most expressive? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I don't remember very much from this game, but I do remember some of the animation work with like the dream effects and stuff like that being impressive. Yeah, like Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks. Just there's something about. I guess they did Mario All Stars, but like, come on, no Galaxy 2 and like, you know, all that stuff. But there's something I really like about video game collections, like compilations. Specifically Mario. Yeah, like, I guess we'll just have to get into it. ZMC. I am wondering why these guys are here, but yeah, 3D All Stars was very weak. But I know, like, I know a lot of us probably bought it and then was like, well, this is kind of lame, but because it was limited release, and then following me purchasing that, I just started emulating the Galaxy games on my PC, so it's like, and I don't really play Mario 64 or Sunshine that much either, although 64 has a really good PC port. The decompilation is very impressive. But yeah, there's something, like, just cozy about video game collections, like compilations, because I think specifically with Mega Man, even though I do emulate some of the some Mega Man games individually instead of playing through the collections, it's just like, it's nice being like, here is a singular executable with Mega Man 1 through 6, or Mega Man X1 through X4, or Battle Network 1, 2, and 3, kind of thing. Yeah, the Pokemon games would be ripe for that kind of thing for sure, but they would definitely want to sell those individually, or just make it a bigger incentive for Switch Online. Yeah, they didn't even improve the 64's aspect ratio, yeah. Yeah, 64 in particular, like, was pretty underwhelming. Sunshine got some improvements, I think. But then you're also missing the pressure-sensitive triggers and stuff, so... What's up, the dude? But a Mario and Luigi, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Like, a Mario and Luigi collection would be... Like, it just makes sense to me, but I know Superstar Saga would just get added to Switch Online. Who knows if they're going to start doing DS games at a certain point, or how that's going to work. Maybe the Switch 2 has 2 screens, who knows. But it would be nice to have official support for DS games on new hardware, because they did it with the Wii U. And you could have just, like, both screens on a single screen. Although I think you could spread it across the gamepad and the TV. I didn't really mess with it that much. If the answer is true, if the answer is false. His little minions look traumatized. Check X quiz, go time. Peach, over here. Yeah, the Star Force Legacy Collection, I'm assuming that'll happen. It'll be cool. They're actually wage slaves. Question 2. No, it's snooze more. It could work if you have the freedom to put... Right, yeah. Yeah, there would need... The problem is... Well, it wouldn't be a problem, but there would need to be options, I think. And Nintendo's not exactly great about providing options in their games. Like, the fact that you can only map things globally and not assign them per game or do them within the executable, it's not super surprising, though, because that's even something that games from a few generations ago wouldn't do, but it's also not surprising because they're always several generations behind on quality of life stuff. Yeah, Luigi's still knocked out in the docking bay or whatever they call it. Au revoir. Let me take a sip of water real quick. I'm a little congested. Luigi has a little bit of a confidence arc throughout the game. That's cool. Yeah, because I guess ever since Luigi's Mansion, he's been kind of portrayed as the cowardly one. So, I don't know, it was fitting for him to get his year, so to speak. Not even so to speak, literally he had a year. And I guess not a ton got released, but you know, Luigi's Mansion 2, this game, Dr. Luigi, which might have released early 2014 or something, but Super Luigi U. So not terrible. I remember 2013 being actually pretty solid for Nintendo, even with the Wii U being what it is. You know, Wind Waker HD, Wonderful 101, even like third-party stuff like Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag. Hearing the year Luigi was... Yeah, I'm not surprised though, because the Wii U is just not very compelling for a lot of people. And then, of course, in 2013 on the 3DS, we also had, like, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, A Link Between Worlds, Pokemon X and Y, which I'm not wild about these days, but I mean, it was exciting at the time. But the happy times, they end right now. Now it's super time, and this oh, supper time, not super time. Toadsworth's not having any of it. They're served with the hungry monsters. The rock guys with grass hair. Non, you are mad. And I repeat, you are monster supper. Yeah, Toadsworth's seen worse. He's hardened from the past 2 games. Warp. Dude, Mario's ready to go. I will say this theme has lived in my head fucking rent-free for the past decade. It's like kind of nauseatingly cheery, but it'll just like pop into my head randomly, just like doo-doo-doo-doo-dee, boo-doo-doo-doo-dee. That little motif. How one deals more damage. Music in this game hits. I mean, shouldn't be too surprised, I guess. Been pretty consistent. When you hear Mario, you think of some of those cringe plush videos. I'm not even familiar with that. Is it people like acting out scenes or something like that with plush toys or something? Oh, a little early. Nice. Dude, the backgrounds look really good, upscaled. The sprites themselves, though, it's like there's so many 3DS games that just need remasters. And I guess like Dark Moon is getting a remaster, but I'm also like, isn't it like 50 or 60 bucks or something? I don't have the endurance to watch these types of videos. Yeah, I've never even, well, I'm sure now that I'm saying it out loud, YouTube is going to start feeding them to me, but I thought Toadsworth was going to give us a free level up there. Made a ridiculous amount of directional sprites for the bros. I guess that's a good point, yeah. It looks like it's 8 directions, but like still though, having to do that for all the jumping and hammer and everything is kind of a lot. I don't know what's going on. Like hella congested all of a sudden. Oh, 8 is the usual. Oh, it's more than 8? Oh shit. April Fool's has to be one of your favorite but least favorite parts of the year. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things. I've thought about doing April Fool's videos before, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's just kind of overdone. I don't really care for April Fool's personally. Not that I have anything against it, it's just like, I don't know. Although I did consider, like, what if I just streamed a different game instead of Dream Team, but I'm also like, all right, let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Probably kill these guys with a counterattack. Oh, not quite. Weird. $16, holy shit. I guess, yeah, for all those in-betweens. Nice. Ba-ba-da-boop-ba-da-ba-da-boop-ba-dee-ba-dee. The sound design is so satisfying, too. I do not envy them, yeah. And knowing that they were on the decline financially is also a bummer. But I guess that was more so Paper Jam and the remakes. Because I feel like this game released at a good time for Nintendo fans, because there just wasn't a lot going on, really. The 3DS was was popping off at this point as well, so that does help. Yeah, not as good as Bowser's, yeah. But then again, you know, Bowser's was towards the end of the DS life cycle, sort of. No, yeah, because 04 to 09, whereas DS lifecycle ended in like 2011. Maybe 2012, because games were probably still coming to it, but it's all about install base, of course. Still don't have any menus or anything. And is this game structured a little bit more like Partners in Time? Because you spend a lot of time in the dream world, so I'm trying to remember if this is kind of like the hub and then you go to the dream world in various areas. Guys, this is Dream Team. There's a new patch, right? Yeah, I don't even know what game I would play. Like boot up Mario Odyssey or something and be like, whoa, Dream Team looks insane. They turned it into a platformer. Oh, it's like BIS? Okay. Okay, I must be misremembering then. Maybe I didn't play very much of this then. I'm gonna try to pinpoint like where I stopped, but it's gonna be kind of tricky, I think. Elements of Superstar Saga, but it's interconnected. Okay. Luigi. Point up challenge. Hey, what's up, Space Cowboy? Oh yeah, wait, Starlow's not here yet. One of your criticisms is that Dream Team areas are the same world as the real world areas, but pastel. Okay. Yeah, it's almost... Me playing this is going to be almost like me playing it for the first time, even though I did play some of it way back when. Take turns hitting the blocks. And this is Dream Team Starlow, which is, from what I understand, way more overbearing. Wow, that's very easy. Not that I'm complaining, but... Superb, stupendous, parfait. Escargot. They're scattering all over the place, though. So much a remake. Dream Team put it on Game Jolt. Yeah, I'm very intrigued by fan remakes and stuff like that. That kind of thing is super impressive. Doesn't really have a reason to be here or in Paper Jam. Yeah, weren't you saying that Starlow was their pick for a Smash character? Like if Alpha Dream could pick a character to include. And I'm just like, I get that it's an original character, but I don't know. It's kind of cute that they're so passionate about a character they made, but, you know. Although I will say, she could have made a cameo in one or both of the Bros' Final Smashes, or like one of their moves or something. Like, I don't know, maybe their recovery, their up B, could be Starlow picking them up instead of just doing the coin punch thing. Because the coin punch could just be like their regular jump, no? Like their second jump? Oh, speak of the devil. It's Starlow. Came all the way here to represent the Star Sprites. Wonderful. Yeah, the villains are far and away the most popular. Yeah, my pick was always Fawful back in the day. Yeah, literally. I guess it's better than just adding another blue-haired Swordy from Fire Emblem. Which is a shame because, like, Fire Emblem is the only series Nintendo owns that has such a wide cast of characters that it makes sense to have a lot of reps. The problem is that most of the reps that they pick are just not that great. Like Byleth, instead of it being Byleth, it should have been Dimitri, Edelgard, and Claude as like a Pokemon trainer kind of thing. I know that would have taken a lot of work, but that just seems obvious. What's up, Riley? Sammy? Solo's rooted Luigi for no reason. Yeah, Luigi gets, like... Luigi just gets shit on these games for no reason a lot of the time. Starlo, Bowser's that story made sense. Right, yeah, for her introduction and stuff, I suppose. Oh, that's right, yeah. That's right, good to see you, man. I forgot, because your brother changed your username or something like that, right? Catbread. God damn it. You know, it has been a while, I guess, since the Zelda streams, right? Which would have been almost a year ago that I ended those, because it was... I finished that up close to when Tears came out. You look totally ragged. Did you get mugged or something? It's so rude. What does this remind me of? I did play Tears of the Kingdom back when it came out. I did play it. And I don't know, a lot of the discourse around it, even big Breath of the Wild fans were like kind of soft on it. I thought it was better overall. Like I enjoyed it more. I played more of it on my first play before dropping it, but I did end up dropping it before finishing it still. And a lot of my same problems I have with Breath of the Wild still apply to Tears. With some subtle improvements. Like, I think the toolkit is a little more interesting, if a little clunky. And I think the dungeons are better, but still not great. Still not great, though. Mushrooms can be tricky, yeah. Oh, your Nintendo broke? That sucks. Well, at least, Nintendo's probably gonna drop a new system next year. Probably early next year, I would assume. I don't see why they wouldn't go for March, or like first quarter or something, like they did with the Switch. Yeah, open world is just way overdone. Like, I appreciate the freedom that the Zelda games give you, but it's not really what I'm looking for out of a Zelda game, to be perfectly honest. And that's okay. Like, I've kind of like, my passion against the open world Zeldas has kind of been tamed a little bit. Because I'm like, you know, people are having fun with them, and to be fair, I'm at a point in my life where I don't think my favorite Zelda games are gonna get dethroned probably ever, you know? So it's like, I don't know. Expecting them to go back to the old formula is not realistic in my opinion. And that formula was tired too. Like I like Skyward Sword. I think it's a good game, but it's got issues. Although I would say the issues have less to do with the structure and more to do with just like Fi not shutting the fuck up, but you prefer open world games that are 100% open. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, that's a good point, because I guess I think a lot of people look at the Great Plateau, or whatever that first Sky Island you start on in Tears. Like, it's obviously the tutorial, but I think people feel like that is less of a tutorial than in most other games or something. I don't know. To me, it's not any less of a tutorial than Twilight Princess. And Twilight Princess also has narrative reasons why things start so slow. Yeah, to be fair, I think the tutorial in Tears was pretty grating compared to the Great Plateau, because at least with the Great Plateau it was like, oh, this is new and fresh. And then yeah, I mean, it's totally fair. I mean, there were a lot of moments in Tears that I actually really liked because I didn't know that much about it going into it. Like the whole underground section, ultimately it turned out to be like not that interesting, but the first several times you go down there, it's like, it's very dangerous, it's very mysterious, you can't see shit, which is very cool. And that, it's like what we talked about in the past too, about how if those Zelda games were more, if they were truly survival games, like they leaned very, very hard into that angle, harder than they already lean, I think that would be a lot cooler. And I'm not really big on survival games either, but it just feels like a 1 foot in, 1 foot out kind of approach to me when it comes to the survival elements. It's like, oh, you gotta watch your temperature, but it's not really that relevant because you can just spam eat food via the menu and stuff like that. And I don't know. There's a lot to say about those games, and I could also praise them in certain regards too, but I feel like a lot of people already know what those games tend to do well, but even then, I would probably disagree on some aspects. Alright, I should probably focus on what I'm actually doing. It's like halfway linear, halfway open. Yeah, and even then, like, it's like I've said in the past too, where it's like, even when it gives you 100% freedom, it's like freedom to do what? You know, like what are you really doing? It doesn't feel, a lot of the stuff that you can do in Zelda, besides just the novelty of the physics engine and stuff, which is cool, but there's no, I don't feel any narrative drive, I don't feel any progression drive, really. I don't feel any exploration drive because the dungeons are mid to not, they're not even that, I don't like the dungeons very much, if you could even call them that. And then exploration-wise, it's like you're always just finding a Korok seed to hold more breakable weapons, or you're just finding more breakable weapons. And the weapon breaking is not a problem in and of itself, but like, make some sort of repair function, or just like dumb down the number of weapons that exist. Like, it feels very, again, it's like one of those aspects that feels very survival-esque, but because it's so the survival elements are so half-assed, I just don't think it's a great implementation of that system. Yeah, because I do remember I streamed Tears of the Kingdom Day 1. I didn't leave the stream up because I was like legitimately falling asleep during that tutorial. But it is very impressive that you can dive from the Sky Islands all the way down to the surface and then all the way to the underground with no loading screens. Like, very impressive. Oh yeah, enemy variety was definitely better also. It still wasn't amazing, but it was a big step up from the first game. Especially, I remember encountering a horde of moblins, or bokoblins, a horde of boko moblins or whatever, that were like blocking this path that I was trying to take. And that skirmish that I had to attempt a few times was very cool. So the game definitely has its moments. I enjoyed it. Similarly to Breath of the Wild, I enjoyed it for the first, I don't know, few dozen hours that I played it. And then after that, I was just like, I'm not really feeling this, kind of bored. And so you could say, oh, you enjoyed it enough, you got your money's worth, but it's like, yeah, but I didn't enjoy it enough to finish it. Same with Breath of the Wild the first time. And those of you who go back and watch my Breath of the Wild streams or remember them, I was not happy. I was not happy with that game past like the first stream or two. And plus, streaming that game attracted a very interesting crowd at times. And that's putting it politely. But some people like Riley, who stuck around, are chill. One of the mysteries that we are actively trying to solve today. Treasure hides there since the time of the Pilo Kingdom. Yeah. Yeah, I would say, like, almost entirely the game's fun is the, what do they call it? Oh, what is it called? Emergent gameplay. Where, like, you're making your own fun, which is cool, but it's cool on top of the game having systems that reward progression or narrative, or ideally some combination of both. And it's not like I want Zelda to be an RPG completely, but again, it's almost like it's one foot in that realm already. To where I almost feel like some kind of skill system or perk system, while overdone in open world games, I think wouldn't be too far-fetched. Because to me, like, having played, you know, I played like half of Breath of the Wild when I got it, which was like almost 2 years after it came out or something. It was like Christmas of 2018. And then I played it in full on stream last year. Tears of the Kingdom I played 75-80% of the way through. What was I gonna say? In my time with those games, what the hell was I gonna say, dude? I don't know. If I think of it again, I'll mention it. Oh shit, it's a trap. Or is it? Or is it just... Why is there a moving rocket platform there in the first place? The pressure of the petite footsies. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. In the early game, when... Not just when the game is fresh, but like even replaying the beginning of Breath of the Wild, it's like, it's cool, and you feel that progression as you're doing the shrines and getting heart containers and stamina pieces and stuff. But then once I max my stamina, I just start getting bored. You know, like once I'm capable of doing that, it's just like, I don't know. And I did think the shrines were better in Tears, mostly. There were some where you had like text on the screen that you could not skip through. That was very annoying, where it's like, it would just very slowly tell you like, deflect an attack. This is about deflecting attacks. Deflect an attack by doing this. Now deflect an attack. And then you would do it, and it's like, congratulations, you deflected an attack. Now do it again. And you would do that again. And it'd be like, congratulations, you deflected a second attack. And it's like just this text splashing on the screen so fucking slow. It was very obnoxious. But there were the survival shrines. There were... the physics-based ones were more interesting because of the toolkit they gave you. And so you could be a little more flexible in how you solve them. And yeah, you could do that in Breath of the Wild by doing speedrun glitches, which I did partake in, but that's not, in my opinion, a good way to judge a game, like, at first glance, you know? Although I will say I had more fun with Breath of the Wild when I was learning those speedrunning tricks. Some people would even pop in from time to time and would be like, are you speedrunning this? And I'm just like, nope. Nope, casual playthrough, just doing BLSSs and all that kind of shit. To make the game less of a hassle to traverse. And it's at the point, too, where I kind of view Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as being like a 3D Land, 3D World kind of thing compared to the regular 3D Marios. As in, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom compared to the first 5 3D Zeldas. So I feel like if I ever redo, like, my dungeons tier list or my bosses tier list, or if I decide to replay the 3D Zeldas again, I probably would just do Ocarina, Majora, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword. And just leave it at that. For my own sanity. Although I guess in this case, it's the opposite of what happened with the Mario 3D games, because 3D Land and 3D World were kind of anomalies, and then they went back to the more traditional 3D Mario, whereas this is the opposite, where they're going to continue doing the open world thing, I'm sure. Like, I think Aonuma said that they are not going to go back to the old formula. Which is understandable, but can we get a 2D Zelda at least? Can we get, like, a traditional 2D Zelda? To, like, somewhat satiate things on that side? Or at least get a Link Between Worlds on Switch, because that game is awesome. Like, top 5 Zelda games easily. I've wanted to do a Zelda games tier list for a while. The problem is that there's a few titles that I haven't played in a while that I don't really want to play. And so then I'm making all these caveats, and it's just like, I guess I could do a top 5, but I was like, please tell me she still heals Luigi, though. Or because we're gonna get counters, I kind of want to chip each of these guys. No. No. Oh my god. Why are they telling us about HP like 3 or 4 battles in? Come on. I know if I start making fun of the tutorials now, it's only gonna get worse, but it should be the kind of thing where if I say no, I don't want to hear it, and then they shouldn't insist. It should just be like, if you die or something during the tutorial phase, then maybe it forces you to go through it or something. Checking out Yuden Chronicle later this month. I've got my eye on it. I've wishlisted it. I kind of want to play Suikoden 1 and 2 before I play the spiritual successor, but it just kind of depends. It's not like a guaranteed day one for me, but I have my eye on it. And I know that the original creator, who, rest in peace, because I think he passed away within the past maybe couple of months or something, how Suikoden that is, it's like his spiritual successor, so similar to how Koji Igarashi is doing like Bloodstained, which, shouldn't we be due for a new Bloodstained game? Didn't Ritual of the Night come out like in 2018 or something? What's going on? What's going on with the Igarashi studio? I need more Castlevania, or at least Castlevania spiritual successor in my life. And also, what's going on with Konami and an actual official Castlevania game? Like, what's going on? Then again, I don't know how much faith I have in them, considering how the Silent Hill 2 remake looks. Or even Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. I'm kind of kind of skeptical about that one. Alpha Dream is really hammering on the tutorials. Yeah. More straightforward story-based. Yeah, I'm definitely curious about it. I don't know very much about it aside from that it's very Suikoden inspired, so like lots of characters to recruit. And oh, compared to Octopath Traveler 2, yeah. I think progression-wise it is a little bit more linear, but I would assume it progresses similar to most RPGs. But there's just like a ton of characters you can recruit, which is kind of a hallmark of Suikoden, from what I understand. The test of jumping. No. No. Yeah, the visuals look cool. It's kind of like... It almost reminds me of, It's kind of like a... Well, I guess it is kind of Octopath inspired, sort of, because it's like pixel art sprites over top of more hand-drawn looking environments, I think. Oh my god, how many times are they going to insist about this? And I don't know how much touchscreen stuff is in this game. Probably not as much as BIS, but I feel like this game could easily be adapted to a single screen. You just wouldn't have the map up at all times. More of a high-def sprite model than 8-bit. Yeah, I think... I haven't looked at screenshots in a while, but yeah, it is more detailed. More detailed sprites. Like, probably closer to PS1 era sprites as far as the level of detail and whatnot. Not that the PS1 had that many sprite-based games, but the ones that it did have are very impressive. Yeah, they designed this with kids in mind, but like, come on, yeah. I agree, because the older games were not nearly the older games were also designed for kids. Oh wait, what the fuck? Oh, I see. Hit the one that's rotating the other way. That's probably what turned me off of this game, to be honest, because I was like 17 or something when this came out. Like late high school. Nice. Up close, they look pretty modern-esque. Yeah, it's a cool art style. I need to take a look at it more clearly, though. I've only really glanced at it kind of surface level. I was literally not paying attention. Okay. That was a literal guess. It's like... Yeah, it's like... No. It just reminds me so much about how, like, Morgana is implemented in P5, in Persona 5. Where, like, he's just... Morgana's just... He adds more to the game in the story and stuff like that than just tutorializing, but part of his role is being a tutorial bot And so Starlo is just reminding me of that, and I'm like, ugh. Like, for the sake of a silent protagonist, too. It's like, either embrace the silent protagonist thing and, like, just do it, instead of, like, introducing another character to basically be the voice for the protagonist. It's like, that doesn't that defeat the point of them being silent? It's annoying. I actually kind of like Morgana. I'm working on a character tier list right now. I go into this a little bit there, but that's like a character that gets done dirty because of all the tutorials that he has to regurgitate. Like the look of this one. Was the reception of this one to Dream Team? I don't think it sold that great. I mean, I might be speaking out of my ass, but like Bowser's is definitely the most popular. My understanding is this game's reception is reception, I guess, kind of means the same thing. Is kind of mixed. Like some people it's their favorite, and then others are like, it's good, but this isn't that. Difference with the old games is that it wasn't feeling like it was holding your... Yeah, I agree. Dream World. Rectangular rock looking thing. Oh, badges. Yeah, Link. And I guess that was the problem with Fi also in Skyward Sword. See, Midna at least was an interesting character beyond tutorials, and even then I don't feel like she was overbearing with tutorials, like, literally at all. It's not like... People complain about this with modern first-party PlayStation stuff, like Horizon and God of War, where it's like, if you take, like, 5 seconds to try to solve a puzzle, they'll be like, I should try pushing this block to this place, or I should try grappling to this vine, or like whatever. And I think at the very least Fi doesn't do that and Starlo doesn't do that, but like still though. And the thing is, like, Fi in Skyward Sword does serve an interesting role when it comes to the lore. But, what's it called? But as a character, she's kind of whatever, because she's just a tutorial and lore dump bot. Which I get is kind of the point, but I don't know. And then, like, I guess King of Red Lions in Wind Waker served a similar, like, narratively heavy role kind of thing. Yeah, Midna's, yeah, for sure. And, like, Navi's just kind of there. She doesn't really serve much of a role, and, like, thankfully her tutorials are optional. But, of course, you have the, hey, listen, watch out, kind of thing going on constantly. Weirdly, it doesn't bother me that much. I never really understood the disdain towards Navi. I don't think... do I think Ocarina would be better without her constant chirping? Probably, but... I don't know, it just didn't... It didn't really, like, get on my nerves to that same degree. And then Tattle... Tattle doesn't really make any sound. It's just, like, the targeting sound, or whatever. I do wonder if the Ocarina of Time PC port has the option to turn off Navi's, what's it called? Barks. I think that's what they're called in game development, right? One uncomfortable pillow, yeah, literally. Who touches things without my leave? Insolent little rats, stop your meddling. None may lay a hand on the revered one. It's badge time. No. Expert challenges? But first. How the hell did that work? What? Yeah, she's just like, don't ask questions. Accumulate points whenever you clear expert challenge conditions. Hitting point targets nets you rare gear. That's kind of neat. Excellent jump. 2 more of these. Excellent 10. Get excellent 10 times in a row during battles in Pilo Castle. Dodge 10 enemy attacks in a row. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna lose my shit if I try to go for all these. Oh, you can store badge uses. Cards were a neat idea for substitute for badges and paper jam. I'm curious to see how that plays out. You're 4 years old. Oh, I see. It had to have been 10 dodges in a row, unless they mean 10, like 10 turns. Oh, I guess they do. Okay. Maybe? That's how it works. Nice item drop. I like how it shows you the item drops mid-battle. That's kind of cool. Fuck. Damn it. I was so close to dodging 10 in a row, too. Hey, what's up, Darkness? I'm doing alright. Yeah, right. I am playing on my Nintendo PC, so to speak. Alright, the issue is this guy's on fire, so I can't... I mean, I guess... Does this burn a turn? I would assume not. But I'm wondering if the game wants me to stomp on it or try to. That was early as shit. It probably wants me to try to stomp on it, right? Oh, that extinguishes it, I see, okay. So it forces you to take a hit. Nintendo PC, favorite console to not try and play. That's fair. That's fair. 3DS doesn't give you much options, obviously, but I just do what I can. I did buy this game back in the day, so Nintendo got what they needed. You did it, you leveled up, nice. So we get to do the roulette. I'm wondering, based on my experience with Bowser's and kind of having the bros fill a certain role, which, I mean, there's only so many roles you can have with 2 party members, but, you know, more of a damage dealer versus support or, like, item usage. And so I'm wondering if I should just double down on their strengths instead of trying to balance things out. You played at least one variation of Mario Luigi games. You say they all have merits? Yeah, for sure. I would say for sure. I haven't played any of Paper Jam yet, but I would bet that game has some things going for it. Even if the other games might execute better, potentially. Alright, Starlo, you can stop talking. Your rank will go up. Yay. Okay. Maybe early game I want to try to balance stats out a bit. He's fighting their stats and gives you less results. Yeah. I feel like maybe the early game, though, it'd be worth it to try to get his defense up a little bit. But I think in the long run, just doubling down would be best. Really just going for high rolls, though. Bonus time is by far the easiest. And the original the hardest. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious about Paper Jam systems. I don't really know much about it. Upgrade whatever has the highest number. Yeah, that's what I've been kind of doing for most of these games too. Looking at which roles have the highest numbers available. Rip. Nice. Impassable. Luigi's so excited, dude. He's ready to take that nap. Okay, should probably save. Luigi's a competitive sleeper, yeah, straight up. These battle transitions are kind of clean, though. Nice. Okay, Luigi got his level up. I'm just confused. Move earlier than other combatants, but don't the bros always go back to back though? Have I played this game before? I did play it back when it came out, but I don't remember where I stopped. Because I didn't play it all the way through. I don't know that I've ever seen, like, Mario take his turn, and then the enemies, and then Luigi. Like, I feel like the bros almost always go back to back. It's just a matter of which one goes first, and so I'm like... Maybe I experiment and don't invest in speed at all, because it's so... His base speed is so bad. I do want to go for power, though. At least for now, because dealing 2 per hit versus 5 per hit that Mario is doing is pretty huge. Pretty huge difference. Why do they have save blocks if you can save at any time? Obviously an indicator that there's a boss fight or something, but... kind of, I mean, I get it that it's a handheld game and stuff. The other ones were too, though. And so I'm like, I mean, if this was like a quick save or like a suspend save or something, that would make sense. Having both seems odd, though. Yeah, it's just, it's a reminder, but it's still an odd choice, in my opinion. This isn't just junk. But he's not even of, like, the pillow species, though. But I guess, are the pillow people extinct? Is that what they're gonna get into? And that's why Prince Pillow, whatever, is like the last remnant or something? Oh yeah, no, I played Partners in Time for the first time in this streaming series, actually, and I thought it was quite good. I'm not terribly surprised it gets forgotten because the games surrounding it tend to overshadow it, but I think I actually liked it better than the original version of Superstar Saga, which I had grown up with. So I'm kind of surprised by that. Oh, I get it. Okay, so the Pillow Kingdom is like an ancient civilization kind of deal. Compared to the block people that inhabit this area currently, I guess? Oh, they're just running a tourist-type deal for the ruins? Okay. That explains why Froggy delivered the letter. I've just only been half paying attention to the dialogue because streaming. Although I guess it depends on what kind of game I'm streaming, because this game is narrative heavy, but I'm not like super invested in that side of things with these games in particular. Legendary bird was worshipped by the denizens of the Pillow Kingdom. Their belief was that the great bird protected the island from natural disasters and other evil fates. Statues of this guardian are common across the entire island. Their omnipresence is a mark of the Pillow's strong devotion. It's kind of a cool design. Wait, they didn't even go back and tell them the coast was clear. Also, there were still enemies back there, which is pretty funny. Better than them forcing me to battle all the enemies, but still. It's like, oh, make sure the coast is clear, and then we just never come back. I mean, Starlo actually kind of has a point here, though. Relaxez-vous. Yeah, no, exactly. Be careful what you wish for. I gotta be careful what I wish for, because I don't want another escort mission with Peach. Oh, shit. It's a portal to Dreamland. Where's Kirby? There are people who could enter the dreams of others. Why would Luigi have that power? When a Superstar Saga has good music. That's true. That's fair. Aren't all the Mario Luigi games narrative focused? Yeah, I mean, they are, but it's one of those things, like, it is narrative focused, but it's also like, I don't know. I feel like there's stories that I don't take super. I'm not like judging them super seriously or anything like that. I'm just kind of taking them at face value, if that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't necessarily. I'm not like trying to look for plot holes or, you know, that kind of thing. Narrative focus where you can choose how much you care. Right. It's like the narrative stuff is like, you could dig into the lore and stuff like that in the narrative more deeply if that's what you care about, but and the writing is generally pretty good, but I just kind of take it as it comes, because I feel like if I were to judge these games against a lot of other RPG series, I don't know that narratively they would hold up in the same way. But they're also going for kind of a different tone than a lot of other games in the genre, to be fair. The dialogue's pretty well written, though, generally, so that's kind of what makes me want to pay attention more. No. Like, you care a lot, but someone... Right. I'm not saying that I don't care about the stories in these games. It's just like, I've also played the early game of this before, and it's been a while, so I was saying I don't remember much, but I don't need to hang on every single word, you know? Especially in the early game when they're just getting stuff set up. I don't wanna. I like the psychedelic visuals, though. See, now that the tutorial's, like, I wouldn't say it's over, but at least, like, the basic tutorial stuff is over. Now I feel a little bit more incentive to focus, especially because we got, like, something more interesting happening. It's almost like SpongeBob Skybox kind of vibe going on. Like, these shapes kind of remind me of the flowers in the sky. It's like isn't there a scene where it's like, you know what that one looks like? A flower. Well, what about that one? Patrick, they all look like flowers. Like, whatever the fuck it is. Sponge Boy Bob, man, yeah. Sponge Boy me Bob. for these games to a lot of other RPGs simply because I feel like some of the deeper ones can get too self-indulgent. That's fair. Yeah. There's definitely RPGs out there that can drag narratively and, or, like, kind of lose the plot at a certain point. Sometimes I like it when RPG stories get self-indulgent, though. I find it to be entertaining in a different way. It's like Final Fantasy VIII is one that I'm like so fascinated by, even though that game's story gets like really into the weeds and off the rails at a certain point. And there's a lot of twists in that game that just don't really land, especially on a first play. But I'm so like captivated by it nonetheless, just because of how somewhat messy it is, I guess. Yeah, the music's always solid, but I almost feel like the Bowser's Inside Story soundtrack was like maybe not as memorable outside of battle themes, maybe. Maybe that's not true. I don't know. As soon as I stop streaming these games, I like forget about, like, the soundtrack just kind of slips out of my mind if I don't listen to it outside. But the music's been very catchy so far. Just the slowness. Can't stand when stories waste their time doping, yeah, or doing nothing for long periods of time. That's fair, yeah. When there's like filler arcs and stuff. I guess I don't have a map for this area. Oh no, I do, it just doesn't display for some reason. Okay. I figured there'd be an item. Nut. Which one did I come out of? I think it was... Yeah, okay, so it's middle door down here.
Oh, mamma mia!
You like the upcoming boss. Can we pull his mustache like in Mario 64? Wait, I think that's actually a mechanic, isn't it? Like, don't we have to tickle his nose to make him sneeze or something later? Or did I make that up? Yeah, Luigi? Luigi is playable? No way, dude. I call BS. A bit taller and a bit more handsome than the real Luigi. It's how Luigi sees himself. It's handsome Luigi. Oh, sick. One interaction that never has a uses nibbling his ears. Interesting. Maybe Starlow's just into that. She's just being tsundere towards Luigi.
Let's go!
Dreamy Luigi.
Luigi? Mario!
Cute.
Oh.
Can't do anything just yet, I see. Beep up boop up beep beep up boop boop boom. Wholesome and funny, yeah, straight up. See, that's something I think that is these games. That's like terrible grammar. These games' greatest strength when it comes to narrative is like individual moments and dialogue, as opposed to like overarching narrative kind of thing. Not that any particular approach to an RPG story is bad or anything, because there are RPGs that are more interesting from an overarching narrative standpoint, but don't land the individual moments. Final Fantasy VIII, as I was mentioning. Well, it depends, but dialogue I think is kind of weak in that game. I like it though still. It's a very confusing relationship, because when I first played it I thought it was whack, and then I replayed it and I was like, wait, this is actually kind of good. But it doesn't quite hit the mark, and I'm like, man. That's why you really like Superstar Saga? Yeah, that's fair. The individual arcs are generally pretty good. Although, like I said, I'm still not a big fan of the back half of that game, but dialogue is really, really good. Adds good moments to the story. Hold up. Counterattack in the Dream World. Oh! I remember this. Yeah. Because Luigi's not here. Here. Yes, let's go. Definitely focus a lot more on Luigi's character. Yeah. As you would expect from a Year of Luigi title. The Year of Luigi. In fact, I kind of wish Nintendo did more stuff like that, and I know they were desperate at the time. And the Year of Luigi was a very Iwata-esque move compared to how they operate now, but like where's the Year of Donkey Kong or the Year of Yoshi or the Year of Waluigi or some shit? I don't know. Incredible. Yeah, and I would give the same compliment to the first two Paper Mario games. Too busy nuking fan games, yeah, and emulators and stuff, which I'm definitely not playing on currently. Not that it's a big deal. It's just like it is a shame that Citra got taken down alongside Yuzu. Like Yuzu, I get it. I understand why Yuzu got in trouble, and I know Citra was made largely by the same team, but it's like, come on, man, Citra's such a good emulator, though, for a system that's dead, so it's like, oh shit, okay. I do wish that I could keep... I wish I could keep the map visible, though. Then again, I would just be playing off the minimap, which is never... That's another problem I have with open world games in particular, is like when you're walking around just based off the minimap and not actually being in the moment. shit. A little bit offset. Nice. A little early. Push up to clam onto his head. Calamity Ganon, that's funny. Developers. Luigi's and Mario's brotherly dynamic. Oh yeah, for sure. Mario has a lot of fun moments too. Yeah, Mario, yeah. Because, like, Luigi obviously has... Oh, I see I can use the D-pad to do that? Okay. Yeah, Mario usually... Or, like, he didn't have a personality developed in the same way that Luigi did, thanks to Luigi's Mansion. That was very bad. And granted, that personality was more or less just, like, scared of creepy things, but it is something.
Mamma mia!
Dude, he's pissed. What? Oh shit, Shadow Mario? Shadow Clone Mario? Nice. There's the real one. Oh shit. He just let the bodies hit the floor. Or like whatever the fuck that song is. Just like flinging Mario clones at you. I totally did not pay attention to where he is, but... Oh shit. This like moving around during battle thing is kind of cool. Helps make up for only having one party member on the field. Yeah, no, Mario looked legitimately pissed off. It was surprising. Just one Luigi hit, really? Let's actually pay attention this time. He didn't move at all. Yeah, no, dude, he's so... I don't know if I've ever really seen Mario be that expressive in like an angry way, at least. That kind of perspective when you're running away from the camera is cool, but I feel like it kind of... I remember attacks with that perspective almost being a little bit too long-winded at times. I don't know why I didn't get the double, but... Oh, I can't jump on them? Oh, no, I can. I just... Cool. I don't know where he's at. Alright, he stayed in the center. But I think he's gonna reshuffle. Probably. You like chases or never bothered you? Yeah, maybe not now, but I remember there being some bros attacks you can do, and I just remember some of the bros attacks in particular feeling a little more gimmicky than usual in this game. In fact, certain aspects of this game are coming back to me, and I'm just now making the connection that that was Dream Team. Because I never played Paper Jam, but there are some moments that haven't come up yet during the streaming series that I'm recalling as being distinctly Mario and Luigi associated. This mush. I'm pretty sure he's in the center. Nice. I deal such little damage to him every turn, though. If there was somehow a way to patch out a lot of the tutorials, I'd be curious to see where this game would rank for me by the end. But it's going to depend on, like, a lot of other things, obviously. I'm just thinking... I know the tutorialization is going to be a sticking point. Hey, thanks for tuning in, Kirby Coder. Have a good night. You do more damage if you hit a fake. Oh. Interesting. Is he in the center? Oh, I think you're right, yeah. Assuming that was... Yeah, that must have been the right one, because it would have broke otherwise. Oh, shit, I see. So I actually don't want to stomp on them, because then he sends them at me, but... Oh, I didn't realize that was the real one. I would not have done that if I had realized. And also, before this fills up, I probably want to use one, right? Like, use a badge charge. This must have been pretty cool with the 3D effect, though. Just occurred to me. Alright, so he is, like, bottom left here. I do want to use one of these before I fill up another one, which I'm assuming just stays full. If that's the case... Nice. Level up, nice. Solid. Seems a little bit easier to follow the roulettes than previous games. Well, maybe it's because the frame rate's lower, because I assume this game is 30 FPS. I guess I could check. Can I turn that on? Sometimes NVIDIA doesn't want to display it.
Oh no!
Oh no! The nightmare chunk. Isn't this a trap, though? Like when Tasmo was involved in that fight without being the focus. Yeah, right. Yeah, it is cool. One of the stronger early boss fights, I would say.
Mario. I got it.
Oh no, this isn't a trap. Okay, not yet. I do remember this thing, though. I am at one with freedom. Yahoo! Thank you for freeing me. Oggi non mettono vuoto da batto. Insolence. Dreambird, that's right. I need to take my contacts out, they're kind of bugging me. Back we go, time for some sweet lore. I would assume. Some lore slash exposition. Where is she? Toadsworth turns into Christian Bale. Where is she? Where's the trigger? Exploration. There you go. R-rated Toadsworth movie, right? It's like what's that? That one with Liam Neeson or whatever. But Toadsworth with Peach. It's like I'm a man with a particular set of skills. Making tea, fluffing pillows, and popping caps in your ass or some shit. This one here is Luigi. Into our siblings. What's the meaning of all this? You could imagine the pillow is the prince himself, not moi. Why were you all petrified until now? Chunk of solid nightmare, that nightmare chunk. I still hung in limbo, frozen, and my body became as stone. Not move or speak. So that means there are more pillow people, pilo people that are probably in a similar situation, I would guess. Wait, but we need to go save Peach, though. Speak, man! Do save your game. I kind of feel like double mapping the circle pad to the D-pad. There's something about playing games in this perspective without the D-pad that just feels wrong to me. Well, I guess I got used to it in A Link Between Worlds when I played that most recently. But that also has like 360-degree sword swinging, so it's like kind of necessary for that precision. Although being able to menu, can I menu with the D-pad though? Oh, at least okay, that's smart design then. That's something that bugs me about, well, I guess you can map it in a certain way, but with the Zelda games like Ocarina and Majora, to me, like, menuing with the analog stick always feels awkward. Regardless of what game it is, no matter how 3D it is. Once I'm in menus, I'm instantly wanting to use the D-pad. God, they go upstairs so slowly, you seeing this shit? And down a lot faster. I guess it makes sense, but these aren't really... These are textured more like a ramp, but... It is a 3DS game, to be fair. Yeah, I do want to take a look at my gear, actually. What do I have currently? Oh, so that just impacts my boot damage, then? Specifically? Details. No special effects. Cozy wear. Increases your defense whenever you take damage. And what can I buy, though? That's not what I'm looking for. In fact, why don't I just explore all of these extra rooms? No high jump or spin jump or anything yet to get up there. Yoshi! Yoshi! Oh my god, there's so much. Don't climb over the rail. You're not my dad. It's cool they brought back the Beanish race. I feel like I've seen some, yeah. And these guys, whatever these guys are. What are these guys called? They're also from the Bean Kingdom. Bean Kingdom. Nice. They're gonna bang. Red Yoshi. Yummy. Haven't done a lick of sightseeing. I'll play on words. Adjacent race called the Hooskies. Since the Hooligans are green, interesting. Dude, when the Bean Kingdom has more lore than the Mushroom Kingdom, though. That's probably not true, but it does have quite a lot of lore for being only truly in one game. And I guess, like, Partners in Time was in the Mushroom Kingdom, but at the same time you were time traveling and stuff, so it was a little different. So Bowser's is really the, like, really truly the first one that takes place fully in the Mushroom Kingdom. And then here we're somewhere else, and then Paper Jam, I assume, is back in the Mushroom Kingdom? Superstar Saga and Dream Team has the most lore. Makes sense. Damages on enemies in a flash, okay. Paper Jam is as Mushroom Kingdom as it gets. Oh, New Super Mario Brothers Worlds and all, man. That's kind of a bummer, I guess. I mean, do they at least do any sort of twist on it, like with Paper Mario? Because Paper Mario is Mushroom Kingdom as well, but I feel like there's twists here and there. Like, you have the desert world, but it's very focused on the booze. Like, you have, like, the haunted area, and then you go to the desert kind of deal in the same chapter. And, like, you have the tropical island with the volcano. I guess Thousand Year Door kind of does similar stuff, too, but Rogueport is just such a distinct hub town. So what do I currently have? Cozy wear, okay. I just want to buy 2 of these. And sell these. Only twist is that there's cardboard chunks of the paper versions. Cardboard chunks of the paper version of the same area you're in. Okay. Increases defense. So 18. If I can get something comparable, like I can give Mario the cozy wear and then give Luigi the let me see. Can I get enough coins if I sell both of these to buy Luigi something better? Probably. Hopefully. Can't wait for the town, but that's probably a few streams later. Yeah, I don't even know, like, because I've never finished this game, I don't even know how long it is. I'm assuming it's pretty comparable to previous games. I guess I can buy the picnic wear, which was better for Luigi. Yeah, because I don't know if I want to give up on these this early. I don't feel like it's worth it to, yeah, we'll equip this and then I'll sell the, what is it, thinware? Yeah. Oh, really? It's like, oh shit. Yeah, Superstar Saga and Partners of Time were somewhere like 14, 16. And Bowser's was, yeah, it took me around 24. Damn, really? This is like 40 hours? That's crazy. I guess we're in this for the long haul then. Didn't expect that. We'll see how much it justifies that playtime, I suppose. Because I am always curious about how I end up perceiving the games that I stream when they're new and stuff. Well, then when they're new to me, at least. Yeah, I kind of want to explore. Moisturize Park is always popular. Okay, so that's all linear. Check out this area to the north. I do like the tropical island vibe, though. That is a vibe that I usually dig. Oh, got a dig spot right there for when we get the hammers. Classic. Oh. Structures you see around the landscape. But actually, knowing that this game is a lot longer means that I actually don't mind that, because I can kind of just... I can kind of settle in, kind of take a little bit more of a relaxed approach with it. Paper Jam scales back to Bowser's Inside Story length, so around like 25, 24-ish. I wonder... I mean, I guess they wanted to go big with their first 3DS title. Do you think this game suffers from padding at all, or do you think that it justifies its longer runtime? I don't give a who if I get all sweaty. I just want some who to let me up. We need hammers for this. Bum 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 bum. Doodly bop, badoo badooby. Might there be snacks for me? Mostly justifies its length. That's good. There's one instance of padding. Okay. We'll keep an eye out for that one. This game actually looks pretty damn good. The sprites are noticeably kind of low res on my 1440p monitor, and I'm running this at around 720p just to make sure it runs smoothly. Normally, I think it's like 3 times internal resolution, whereas normally my PC can normally run 3DS games at like 5 or 6 times. But I know streaming is CPU intensive, and so is emulation, so I don't want to put too much stress on it. Although I did just dust my computer pretty thoroughly earlier. So it should be running better to some extent. I guess that's all to explore for now. Over here, Blah 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 blah. Wait. Bridge out of commission due to storm damage. Sorry for the inconvenience, but please use the temporary bridge. Yes, this is running on Citra. Indeed. Yeah, I think the bridge's construction is a little questionable. Stop jumping. Oh shit. Hey, that's almost like that's like the Mario Wonder run that Mario does right there. He's got a very similar expression there. That's kind of fun. And stomp. Spider butt. Honestly, the hole in the top of those creatures is kind of making me uncomfortable. Got his hands behind his back. Yeah, when he's freaking out, not the last time we'll see it. They do kind of look like, yeah, they do kind of look like vases. I'm just like, but knowing that it's an organic thing, I'm just like, just uncomfortable to me. Oops. Ba-da-da-da-da. This game is pretty cozy so far, though, which I like. I think another reason why this series draws in people who might not be as into other RPGs in certain cases, because RPGs tend to be very dramatic and heavy a lot of the time, which I personally like, but it is nice to play a more lighthearted RPG every now and then. Yeah. Nope. He's not the chosen one.
Okay.
Dream Team is definitely the coziest Mario Luigi game. I guess it's fitting considering it's based around sleeping, which is kind of fun. But all is also set on a tropical island, which is always a pleasure. So it has to be Luigi doing the sleeping. Portal opens whenever he up. See, it's like most of Starlow's dialogue thus far has just been stuff that you can observe for yourself. And I get that it was aimed at kids, but it's like I was saying, the earlier games were also aimed at the same demographic, just, you know, earlier on in the century. And we didn't have any problems figuring out what to do. Well, okay, there were probably times where it was a little confusing as to what to do in Superstar Saga. But that's what GameFAQs is for, so I don't know. But we need Starlow, even though the prince is already... Yeah, the thing is, Dreambird is also here, so it's... I'd almost rather hear it from him, because he's going to explain it in the lore sense, as opposed to a mechanical sense. Like, you know, a meta game mechanics kind of sense. This kind of explanation, I think, is fine and warranted at times. The wavelength of this one's sleep is extremely close to the pillow. I don't know if it's pillows or pillows. I'm assuming it's just pronounced pillow. Like an actual pillow. Maybe with like a little bit of a gap there. He actually has something to say, yeah, exactly. When he sleeps on one of the pillow folk, he becomes one with the dream world and creates a portal. This pillow is a pillow? Or it must be like Pilo? trapped within chunks of nightmare. Their souls were held hostage. They were dispersed across the island. Destroy the nightmare chunks. They taste like dark chocolate or what? Nightmare chunk for some reason just I don't know, it sounds like a type of chocolate or something. Oops. But if you free the pillow folk, one might know where Peach is. Well, you got me there. So I was one of those people who needs to fill the silence. Yeah, with empty words 24/7. Just like hearing herself talk. Mario Luigi was always for a general audience. Right, with some jokes that'll fly over kids' heads. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's what I think makes a good piece of children's entertainment, though. Is being able to reach those older audiences still. That's the great part about video games, too, is that, like, this game is approachable for kids, but still, I think, fun. I think these games are still fun to play as an adult. Exchange rate jokes. That's true. Wait, that's true. Yeah. Right, with the what was it? The reward back in Superstar Saga, where they were like, we will give you 1 million bean or 1 million. Was it mushroom coins or whatever? And it's like, with that, or bean coins, but that translates into 100 coins that you can actually have, or whatever it was. Nice. Prince Peasley's bet. Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. That's what it was. There's Dream Luigi. Surprised there's not a Ouija board reference. Maybe there is. A Lou Ouija board. See, I keep trying to use the D-pad. I think I'm gonna, well, no, because the D-pad, I'll just have to get used to it. Because the D-pad displays the map, which I could map that input to something else, but because I've got the 2 sets of shoulder buttons that don't seem to be used. And also clicking the sticks as well. Oh shit. Oh, it's a good thing I gave Mario this set of armor too. I didn't even think about that. Oop, a little earlier. Nice. This probably kills. Nice. Remember that joke when you were playing Superstar Saga? Yeah. It's good stuff. So I see the mustache symbol. So we need to tickle his nose for the fruity taste that shows. I know it's not the actual thing, but was it follow your nose for the fruity taste that shows? Fruit Loops, Toucan Sam, all that. Be more useful, you lazy mustache. She looks so depressed.
Huh?
Hmm?
Luigi?
Yeah, I know she's mad at him for being asleep, even though that's literally what they need him to be doing. Tuna garete. Tuna garete, my favorite Italian fish dish. Luigi Nation. Luiginary.
Oh yeah!
Empty your mind. Empty my mind.
Oh yeah!
Fine dining. And sneezing. Cool. Oh shit.
Mamma mia!
Oh my god. This is some... That is frightening.
Oh yeah!
I like psychedelic types of stuff though in media, so I'm kind of here for this.
Mamma mia!
All right, so that can slingshot us, right? Yeah, throw Starlo into the dream world and then just close it. Can we get much higher? Yeah, but I want to see what's on the other side too, but I guess we can't. Oh, interesting, okay. I want to explore, you douche. I want to see what's over there, though. Okay, so... Oh, I see. So I guess... I see. Ah, I get it. I get it. I get it. Nice. Bum, 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 bum. But because Citra is such a great emulator when it comes to touchscreen stuff, I wonder... I bet there's a way that I could map... Like, because you can map specific points, but I don't know if I could, like... Like, if I mapped left trigger to, like, where his left mustache is, and then can use the right stick, I wonder if there's some way I can make that work, but then there's going to be other interactions that I also need to do, so I don't know how that would, if that would actually be practical. Yeah, I want to see what's on the other side, though. And if there's nothing, then fine. Oh, we need to... Oh, just an enemy, okay. They're biting his mustache. Well, I guess she doesn't have hands, right? Oh shit. Da-da-da-da-da. Nice. I think the best way to go about these challenges is just ignore them and just let them proc whenever you happen to get them. I feel like I want to double down on power. I see a 5 in there, but I think it's too early for me to click, I think. It was like the second or third number or something like that. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum, ba-da-beep-ba-boo. nitpicky, but it's hard to tell which enemies are Phantasma affiliated. Since some like the spiders resemble him, but can't. Right, yeah. Yeah, I wonder. I'm curious to learn more about Phantasma and all of that. I thought his design was kind of cool when I was younger. Clean. Oh, early. Will Luigi hit these other guys, though? Or the other dude? Other guy. No. Not close enough. Well, we can kill on the... Oh, nice. Excellent 10. Hell yeah. I liked the challenge system. It's kind of cool. Ba-da-ba-ba-boom, ba-da-beep-ba-boo. Beep-a-beep-a-boop, beep-a-boop-a-beep. If I get into battle without Luigi, do I still get the buff? Because I'm almost like it's better to just leave him in those torches, because then not all the enemies and bosses work for the villains. Adds a bit more variety then. Yeah, it's not just like fighting henchmen kind of deal. Not the games that do that are bad. Yeah, but it does allow for more variety, though. Enemy variety's been pretty good, though. Since Partners... Well... Yeah, well, I'm trying to think back. Partners in Time had decent enemy variety, probably better than Superstar Saga, but... a lot of it was variants on previous enemies still, kind of. Like, you're still fighting variants of Shroobs, but there were differences. And there was other stuff, too. Like the sarcophagus sniffets or whatever. But then Bowser's took the enemy variety to a different level. Because even though Bowser only had maybe like 2, maybe 3 types of enemies to fight per area, I think it was usually 2. The Bros had plenty of different enemies to fight inside Bowser. Just kind of added to things. I'm curious if speed is even worth investing in, like, at all. So I'm kind of partial to just investing into power, more or less. Which is kind of a shame, like... It's one of those things where I know the game's not forcing me to min-max, or not forcing me to invest in certain stats, but, like, when it is obvious that certain stats aren't as useful, it's... To me, as a frequent RPG player, it's kind of a bummer. Like something like SMT Nocturne, for instance, apparently like the luck stat is broken, or like doesn't function as it should, and maybe agility is also like not... There's like something with certain games when it's buggy, I guess is a different thing, but in Nocturne, you just want to invest in strength anyway. Usually. Like Bowser's Inside Stories of enemy variety. There's the wilderness enemies inside Bowser and Fawful's army. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Yeah, the brainwashed Bowser troops and stuff. There's like different factions going on, kind of. Let's stay hydrated. I'm still excited for SMT5, since I haven't brought that up this stream yet. Especially now that I've played Nocturne and I'm like... I feel like I understand what mainline SMT is going for, and to like go in not expecting an amazing narrative in the same way that like Final Fantasy approaches its narratives or whatever. It's like weirdly not as much of a focus. And when I first tried mainline SMT, it was like kind of a turnoff, but I kind of got over it eventually. Although Digital Devil Saga is still peak, because that's like an SMT game because it has press turn. It's not mainline, but plays a lot like mainline. But it has like a compelling story and characters, and those games aren't that long. It's a duology, and they're each like 25 hours each or so. If those get a remaster, that's like a high recommendation for me. Even if you're not into Megami Tensei, because it is a standalone duology. Okie dokie. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Boop-a-boop. Beep-beep-beep-beep-beep-beep-beep-beep. Oh, I have to fuse him to the torch. A little bit high. A little bit low. Or wait, can't, will this work? Hold up. Nice. The first of the Pilo folk. I'm gonna call them Pilo, because I feel like if it's pronounced exactly like pillow, maybe that's the joke, is it like when Starlow's like, that pillow looks like a pillow. But I feel like it should be pronounced differently. My spirit quailed. But I had faith I would be saved. I think I'm saying it right. Okay, like Pilo. Or Pilo? I think it's like Pilo, yeah. It's been an age. Sire, did you trouble yourself to bring me back? I didn't do shit. Man, I didn't do shit. It was these two fools over here. I don't know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
We are truly in your debt. Very well then, back to the real world. Fair enough. If it was Starlo, she'd take full credit, yeah. Well, I was the one who gave them information they already knew. But she would frame it as like, I was the one who instructed them, and it's like, yeah, but we could have figured it out. Bum 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 bum. Many of them remained imprisoned. A talkative tutorializing partner? Imprisoned? Skyward Sword? I told them to jump, yeah. In the collection menu, okay. Princess Peach. I'm sorry, but no, I've seen nothing. That reminds me of more Simpsons references. The like Johnny Tightlips when he's like, I ain't saying nothing. It's like, Johnny Tightlips, did you see where they went? I see a lot of things. It's funny as hell. Eldream. Somewhere to the south. Mushrise Park. This is probably what I remember most.
Oh yeah.
Is Mushrise Park. Did she physically say click? Starring Adam Sandler. Oh, we can go back, I see. Allows us to backtrack. Ooh. No Let's Go Okie Dokie, though. It's kind of disappointing. I do like that there's a different battle theme for the real world and the dream world. I actually always like it when RPGs have multiple battle themes. Which, as I was mentioning with the mainline Shin Megami Tensei, does that. Which is pretty cool. No hitter 4. If freeing the Pilos gets tedious, most of them are optional. But just give you an attack. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I mean, if we're gonna be here for like 40 hours for the main campaign anyway, it's like maybe dabbling with the side content wouldn't be the worst thing ever. We must return to the dream world. The Pokemon Dream World in Gen 5, whatever, I don't know, fucking know. I'm running out of references to reference. I'm so beyond happy that we're not getting a Pokemon game this year, though. And I don't know why I say that like I'm invested in the current status of the series. I want them to do well, but it's like, it is one of those things where I'm like, kind of over it. Like, Scarlet and Violet totally just disenchanted me from what they're doing. But the fact that they're actually taking time with the next game is very promising, and I hope... Like, I want them to stick the landing so badly. Because it should be a no-brainer. Imagine they're picking five different ones at the same time. I'm sure they're working on multiple projects, but the fact that their first project isn't coming out until 2025, which maybe it'll be first quarter like how Legends Arceus was, but even so, that's like what, maybe not quite 2.5 years, but around between 2 and 2.5 years, but from Scarlet and Violet. And granted, they were working on the DLC and stuff, but that's not as intensive, I feel like. I hope so too, and if it comes out fall of 2025, even better, in my opinion. It's like, God forbid Pokemon content creators have to get creative with what they're actually making, you know? Not that I'm the most creative with my own content, so I shouldn't throw stones in glass houses, but I also talk about old shit a lot, so... It's like, you don't need a Pokemon game to release every year to, like, keep the franchise relevant. In fact, I think it... Well, I don't know if it hurts relevancy, but it hurts the perception much of the time. Like, even Assassin's Creed isn't annual anymore, which is very good, although they're working on a number of projects currently too, so... But that's a series that I just don't give a shit about anymore, really. CBH. A motopolio. Or bite his nose on your schnoz. She's upset. I think she's upset because she's like having to bite his face. Oh, Dreambird's talking through Luigi. That's pretty fun. The tornado blasts the entire area. Okay. So yeah, okay, so I see. A little gimmicky, but not too bad. A little Mario 64 callback, kinda. Onward. Bye, Luigi. Wait, can I blow out the candle? Does that do anything? No. Okay. Sheepa doopa dee beepa deepa doo. I was worried that would be too high for me to hit. But it's actually a platform, which is nice. Beat up beep a boo, beat up beep a beep. Nice. Super mushroom. Anything else over here? No. Okay. Nice. Nice, so I guess he's gonna build us a platform or stairs or something. I live! Well, we just got a damn dump truck. What the fuck? A pair, red and green, clad in matching jumpsuits. Another yellow in the nude. Hey now, who's nude? How rude. Open your eyes, I have shoes. More lore. People were blessed with the ability to travel in and out of the dream world. On the island there exist two stones. Dream and Dark Stones, both granters of wishes. Dream Stones were formed with happy dreams, Dark Stone, solid manifestation of nightmares, makes sense. Safekeeping of these stones was tasked to us. The Bat King in Tasma. Okay. And that's bad? Oh, I see, and then imprison them, I see. This is a pretty cool setup. I like this. Mm-hmm. Navel gazing. Yeah. She is wearing shoes, though. That's a good point. Platform? Oh, I see. Nice. I don't want to avoid too many encounters, but I'm also, like, kind of in the zone when it comes to exploration right now. Thankfully, I've not seen any, like, bean digging spots around here. There's some in the hub world, but not in the dungeon before we have access to that, so I'm hopeful that is the case, although it's better to just not, like, get caught up on that, so. Another one of these. I think... I don't want to speak too soon, but I do feel like the number of Dream World entries were maybe what was getting on my nerves back when I first played this. If we're gonna face a nightmare like Keklete again. So being a bit underleveled shouldn't be terrible. Yeah, and I feel like in Bowser's in particular, I didn't have to try that hard to stay on par either. Difficulty toned back for the games going forward. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Superstar Saga, like, that final boss was insane, but it's really just health pools were just fucking egregious towards the late game. Like that one fight against Popple that's like, he just does the same patterns over and over, but because of his huge health pool, it was like so tedious. I was not having it. Most people's issues is the bosses die too fast. Yeah, well, I wonder too, because I wasn't really investing in power much. Especially in Superstar Saga, I remember that being something where I was like, if I played that game again, I would want to invest in power earlier on. I'm not sure either. I do know that there are a number of at least vocal RPG players that fight literally every encounter they come across, which I think is fucking insane. But, like the pixel remasters, for instance, that I've been working through, which I will say, Final Fantasy V, that 100% playthrough is like a lot. It's a lot. So I've been taking it slow, but being able to turn off encounters in those games, or like, I know in Bravely Default, what does this do? Increases your striking power based on your expert challenge success rate. Oh, it's kind of neat. I think it's in Bravely Default 1 and 2 or whatever. I've only played a little bit of the first game, but you can like tweak the percentage of encounter rates or something like that. And the thing with these games is that the encounters aren't random, so in theory, it's easier to avoid them. And even when you can avoid them, like, it's just nice knowing when to expect an encounter. That's like a big thing for me. That's why, like, in the mainline SMT games, prior to SMT5, because SMT5 has enemies in the overworld, but like in Nocturne, for instance, well, SMT4 also has enemies in the overworld, surprisingly, despite it being a 3DS game. But like Nocturne and Strange Journey and the Digital Devil Saga games, despite not being mainline, they have a radar that'll like, it'll start out, it'll be, I think, blue if it's a safe zone, and then it'll flash gradually to yellow and then red when you're in an area with encounters, and when it's red, you're like imminently gonna encounter something. And sometimes it will turn red sooner than you might expect, but having some kind of indicator of like an encounter is coming up, even if the encounter rate might be a little high, it makes a big difference to me. Because when you have no idea when to expect an encounter and it's just a totally random thing, it gets annoying. And that's why like Pokemon is usually pretty good about it, because I feel like Pokemon is very clear as to what areas you can encounter Pokemon in, right? It's tall grass, caves, etc., etc. And so I remember when I first started playing some of the Final Fantasy games back in 2020, some of the older ones, you know, if you're playing like Final Fantasy 4 or 6, and you're in what looks like a town, but it may be overrun by monsters, but you can't tell. And so like it was jarring to me to be in a place that looked like a town and then get into encounters still. So it was just interesting. Like an interesting distinction. But I would say most of the Pokemon loop doesn't really have to do with fighting random encounters, really. The encounters that you are fighting are actually on screen, which are the trainers. So you kind of have a mix of both, which is interesting to consider. And I mean, Pokemon games tend to err on the easy side for sure, but what I do like is that if you fight every trainer, or at least every trainer that you come across naturally, you're gonna be, like, fine for whatever bosses you encounter. Be it gym leaders or whatever. But even then, it's probably good to be under-leveled in Pokemon games. If you want to actually... If you don't want to just steamroll, basically. In most cases. Boop, boop, dun, dun, dun. Okay, so there's like... There's probably items over there on the right. Yeah. Beep a beep a boop, bada beep a boop. I like the wait for this slow ass platform. Bum 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 ba da ba ba bum ba da ba ba bum. But yeah, I don't know what the next. I'm gonna have to look at the timeline for releases and stuff and try to figure out what my streaming plan is gonna be once I'm done with these games. Because this game will last us a few weeks, probably at least. Did I change anything in here to, like, access this? No. So what am I... Oh, I see. There's another entrance down. I see. I think. Yeah, okay. That's my mistake. I didn't realize that I entered from this upper level. I see now. But I did think it just depends on game announcements. Like if we get a new Mega Man thing, I think it'd be fun to stream some of the platformers. And that way if I redo the tier list, people can shut the fuck up about me using save states or whatever. Because I actually did jump into There is this ROM hack or like improvement patch for Mega Man 7. It's like very small quality of life things generally, but like mainly I think it increases the power of the Buster or the charge shot because it's pretty weak in vanilla. Well, so like I played on the Legacy collections, right? And so like 1 through 6, I didn't. It was like only a few people that had commented about it, but it's like also because I ranked Mega Man 2 pretty low. But that's less to do with Mega Man 2 being bad and more to do with the other games just being better, in my opinion. But point being is that, like, I would often, in the first 6 games, make a save state when I got to the boss room. Or, like, right before the boss room. The platforming in those games is never my issue. It's fighting the bosses without... Like, with the weapon they're weak to, it's usually fine. But it's one of those things where, like, if I was low on lives, I would make a save state at the actual checkpoints. Which essentially gives me unlimited lives, but it's like, I'm not... I've talked about it in past streams where it's like, if I've proven that I can beat a level, or a portion of, or like whatever, if I can beat... If I can overcome a previous challenge prior to the boss fight or something, it's like, why... It's a double-edged sword, I guess. It's like the whole conversation about how limited lives is kind of like an archaic thing, and that I would argue that getting through the game and like getting more proficient at your skill level is more likely to encourage players to continue to stick around and replay and improve to the point where they don't need to worry about losing lives or whatever. And that most people who complain about limited lives and stuff like that typically are at least you would assume skilled enough at the game to not need limited lives. Like, it's not like you're game overing anyway. I don't know, it's a whole thing. I'm not doing the greatest job of explaining it, but... And then 7 through 10 you can't really cheese it in the same way, but it is similar where it'll save at the checkpoints and you can reload those infinite times, but you can't save state wherever. And it's not like when I play platformers, I'm like, or when I play Mega Man 1 through 6 on the LC, which allows you to save state. It's not like I'm using save states every screen or anything like that. It's more so if I've gone through the same area several times already, I'm like, okay, can we, like, progress already? Or, like, can I at least have more attempts at this particular challenge that's giving me trouble? Instead of having to redo all of the prior stuff that I've already proven I can do multiple times over before getting to the point where I am struggling. That's why I like Super Meat Boy so much. That game is hard as shit, but the challenges are so bite-sized. And it gets you back into the action immediately. To where it was frustrating in that some of those particular challenges are fucking hard, but it was something that I could instantly jump back in and get another shot at it. At the particular challenge that I was actually struggling with. And not just having to go through the motions through stuff that I already know I can do and have done. Yeah, OG, yeah. Been a long time since you played a game with lives. Yeah, see, rewind features, that's where I draw the line, because I think that is a very bad... I think that rewind it can encourage bad play and ingrain bad habits into you as well. So I've never really used the rewind, I don't think at all, when playing those games. But the convenience of having save states is a big deal, I think. And like, yeah, there's the password system, but like that's also annoying. I wish I could just like save my progress regularly, which you can do with some of the later ones. 8 through... starting in Mega Man 8, I think. I think 8 was the first one. Although that ROM hack I was mentioning with 7, there is a patch that adds in a save feature, which is kind of cool. But I bet that if I played the classic Mega Man games, I could actually do it. The thing that gets to me, though, is the Wily Castle stages. I just don't really like that much. And you have to do in most of the games you have to do all of them back to back with the same pool of lives. But I guess that just means, okay, let's just jump back into older levels and grind for lives to increase my odds of getting through without game overing and having to redo all over again. That's why I think it's just kind of a dumb system, because it's like I can just go grind for lives, but to me that's a waste of time. It's similar in the Mega Man X games, like grinding sub-tanks, because every time you reload a password in Mega Man X, you don't have full sub-tanks. Even in the LC, if you reload a save, because those games do, the LC does allow you to save in Mega Man X 1 through 4. Or really all of them, but 4 through 8 have traditional save systems, but 1 through 3, back on the SNES, didn't. But having to grind out filling your sub-tanks is like so... Can I go to the other side, though? It's so tedious and annoying. I wish that... just reloading a save or reloading a password, like... When you boot up the game, it should just keep your sub-tanks full. Like, either keep it the status it was, or just fill them up for you, because otherwise you're just going out of your way to grind them, and that's just a waste of time and ruins the pacing. And I guess it is a matter of, like, gaining the skill to not need to refill your sub-tanks constantly. And I do think the sub-tank thing is a neat feature, but it just gets tedious refilling them. Because otherwise the X games are great, the early ones at least. Probably used Rewind in Fire Emblem Three Houses. Well, it depends. What difficulty did you play Three Houses on? Because I thought hard mode was, like, very easy in Three Houses, whereas maddening is kind of bullshit in a way that you kind of need the rewind, unless you know 100% where the reinforcements are going to show up and stuff. Which is something that I don't like about Three Houses, despite that being... Well, we're gonna see. When I jump back into that for a replay after a while, but I've played it a lot of times. I've played through Three Houses, like... What? I did all the routes once, and then I did 3 of them again, and I think I did 2 or 3 of them again? So, like, I played through the game, like, at least 8 or 9 times, if not close to 10. Yeah, because maddening didn't get patched until a little bit later. Yeah, hard mode was pretty fucking easy. And that's the problem with Fire Emblem games a lot of the time, too. Something that Shadow Dragon did really well is that there's normal mode, and then there's 5 variants of hard mode. And so I feel like in a game like that, the more difficulty modes, the better, because then you can really incrementally increase stuff to where a player can select a difficulty that is perfect for them. As opposed to a lot of Fire Emblems have just 3 difficulties, usually the first 2 of which are stupid easy. And then the hardest one, it just depends on which game. Not quite the last one. There was a crossover with Paper Mario that released post Dream Team. But I don't think very many people played that one. This is, however, apparently the longest Mario and Luigi game. Yeah, I have heard that Engage's difficulty is a lot better. Like, just from a gameplay standpoint, Engage is supposed to be really good. So I'm intrigued by that. I know the story's gonna piss me off, though. I just have a feeling. And I really want to play Three Houses and get videos out on that by the end of the year, so I will be, yeah. Yeah, I'm planning to play this one, and then Paper Jam will be the last one. Just for completion's sake. I don't think it'd be right to, like, leave one of these games out. Unless I had a justification for it. In which case I would have stopped after Bowser's, probably. But nah. You tried our world-famous pie latte yet? Milo Island beans. Nice. Three Houses is your friend's favorite game of all time. It is... When it came out in 2019, and I played the shit out of it, I considered it to be my #1. Like, legitimately. Kill the Cyclops and the Griffin in Dragon's Dogma 2, sick. I've heard the game's good, man. I'm still a little bit bummed that the PC port is so controversial, but... Yeah, Three Houses... It was like, growing up on Nintendo stuff, my favorite game prior to, like... Yeah, go for it, Baconator. My favorite game prior to... like, branching out of Nintendo stuff was, I don't know, Black and White 2, or... I don't know if I love Twilight Princess in the same way, but, like, what would I have said my favorite game was in, like, 2012 or something? Having not really played much non-Nintendo stuff, I don't know. Oh, there are some annoyances with DD2 as well. Story's definitely not there and engaged. Gameplay, though, nuts. One person on YouTube aptly said, a whiplash of quality. Yeah, I remember seeing that video in my recommended, yeah. What do you talk about, say, when there isn't anyone engaging in chat? So, the thing that's hard to... Oh wait, this is actually really good. I kinda wanna buy one of these for Luigi. But, it's a tricky skill to form, but you kinda need to almost talk and commentate while you're streaming as if there are people in chat. If that makes sense. Like, even just commenting on the game and like talking about your thought process, which can be tricky if you're streaming an action game. So if you're streaming something a little bit more turn-based or a little slower paced or whatever, it's a little bit easier in my mind to do that. So I think, like, streaming games that you're familiar with can help with building this skill. But like when I'm playing Pokemon, for instance, and I can't think of anything to say, or this chat's kind of slow, I'll be like, all right, I'm predicting they're going to switch into this, and so I'm going to use the fire type move because I think grass type's coming out, or, you know, just kind of, just basically talking out loud, thinking out loud. And a VOD viewer would appreciate the commentary, even if chat's not active. That's true, that's a good point. Commentating your Smash gameplay. Yeah, I think just doing as much as you can to explain your approach, even if it is after the fact. Like, if you have to focus and dial in and not say something for a minute or two, that's totally fine. I think it's expected when things get a little sweaty, but I think, you know, if you get knocked out of the arena or something, it'd be like, oh man, I thought he was gonna go for his down air, and so I tried to dodge the spike, and whatever. You know, I think that's the first step, is just kind of just trying to, like, talk through what you're doing. And your thought process, in particular. Thick gloves. Oh, so this is a defensive thing? Okay. Discount boots. No special effects on the discount boots. I'm surprised that's not, like, gives you a discount, but I guess they're just saying they're cheap. Good gear, though. Anything to sell? Well, let's keep the expert ones. Discount boots, I guess, are kind of shit. Picnic wear, also kind of shit at this point. Oh, POW scarf, nice. Hope that. Yeah, no worries, man. Gonna buy and stream the new Peach game. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Yeah, I think... I don't know, especially when I was streaming games early on, I found comfort, and I found it easy to commentate when I played games that, like, I had already played before. Playing new releases is good too. It just kind of depends. Inspiring you to stream more, gain 20 subs. Hey, hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Are we just fully healed? mushroom. If chat is enabled for the VOD, yeah. Yeah, the thing is too, like if you're editing the VODs after the fact, I think it'll disable chat regardless because you're like adjusting the timeline of when things happened. I also, as a VOD viewer, typically don't pay attention to the chat. I find it distracting a lot of the time. If I'm ever watching stream VODs, or even like premieres, because some channels... Oh, you know what channel? What channel I was getting into lately is Action Button Reviews, which... The guy's name is Tim Rogers. I mean, his videos are very popular, so I wouldn't be surprised if you guys are familiar. But, I think he used to work at Kotaku, and he's done like a bunch of other stuff, but he has these insanely long review videos, but like he goes like even deeper than just talking about the game itself, which is very impressive. Like his shortest review is like 3 hours. And the Cyberpunk video, it says it's an hour, but he actually has a whole playlist of like hour-long videos for that particular review, which is kind of insane. But dude is like wicked smart, and honestly makes me feel bad about the kind of content that I make, which is understandable because he just like goes so granular and deep into things and is way smarter than I am. So it's like it's not something that I would ever really want to attempt to do. But it is one of those things where it's like, wow, this is... I'm impressed at how engaging a video of this length is. But he only has a few videos up because they are massive. And so his uploads are pretty infrequent, but I've now, over the past couple of weeks, like, watched all of his videos. Although usually I have him on like 1.25 or 1.5 speeds, because 1.5 times speed because he talks a little bit slow. At one times. He was pretty mixed on Peach's New Adventure. Some people love it, some people are not into it. Yeah, I think it's just the game seems to be aimed more at like younger kids compared to even a lot of other Nintendo offerings. So I don't know that anyone was expecting Dark Souls, but I think from what little I've heard, it seems like it's just a little bit shallow. Crazy how long YouTube videos have become. Just makes it hard to fit in your schedule. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like the Action Button review videos, he does a lot with visuals, but it is, I kind of treat videos of that length more so like podcasts in a sense. Love my commentary and input and opinions on videos. Listen to like podcasts. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Especially a lot of my longer stuff. And that's part of the reason why I don't put... I appreciate the compliment, by the way. I don't want to just brush over that. It means a lot. But that's part of the reason why I don't put... Like, I wouldn't say I don't put effort into the video side of my videos, but it's not like the main focus. And I actually find highly edited content to sometimes be a bit of a turnoff as a viewer personally. It's been done tastefully. Like, I can't think of examples off the top of my head, but either it gets self-indulgent or it's a little bit too trying to hold your attention, where it's like, hold my attention with what you're saying instead of like flashing memes on the screen, you know? But again, it can be done tastefully. There's a balance. There's a balance. I remember this vaguely. I ain't got time to chit chat, pal. Start breaking these boulders up. Not a fan of this Mario render. It's kind of a... The way that Jeffrey and Bob was putting it is like it's a very new Super Mario Brothers-ified art style. I don't mind it though. The animation's very expressive, so that kind of makes up for it. Oh, this thing? His head looks huge. He's a little on the chubby side, you know. We don't judge. There are a bunch of them around the park. I'm really loving this one in particular. Thing just seems like historical or something. Psh. You show up here in my park wanting my special pillow? You got a lot of nerve. Like I ain't already got a full plate. Yeah, I remember this. I definitely played through this segment. I think I got pretty far in this game, thinking, well, maybe not, considering it's supposed to be, like, pretty long, but at least the first couple of arcs. Luigi goofy as ever, yeah. This game did release in the year of Luigi, so it's very Luigi-centric. Oh, the hammers! We just want to nap on that pillow, yeah, right. Oh. That's the power of the 3DS right there. This game should get remastered, straight up. Thing is, if they're gonna do that, it's like, wouldn't they do Paper Jam as well, but... The thing is, like, the first 3 games could easily be put on Switch Online or something, and they could just emulate them. GBA and DS, but 3DS, considering what they're doing with Luigi's Mansion 2, they should remaster this one. Okay, so that's a pillow. I'm assuming that's required, probably. 1-up. I'm kind of liking this so far, but I mean, we're still pretty early, but... It's just got like a nice... Something about the vibe of this game that I'm kind of digging. Mario. The music's so good, too. It's making me want to play the Galaxy games again, though. I still could do those Luigi playthroughs of the Galaxy games. I'd probably want to take a break from Mario before doing that, if I decide to do that, but... That is an option. I haven't touched those games since, like, what, winter of 2022 was when I replayed them. They're so good, dude. So good. It's like the Galaxy games and Twilight Princess, which I played, like... Well, Twilight Princess was, what, like February of last year? Galaxy was, like, November, December-ish or something like that I played them for the first time in a while. And I ended up loving, like, the Galaxy games and Twilight Princess even more than I did when I was a kid, which is, like, kind of crazy. Because as I've said in the past, like, if a game that I played when I was younger that I liked, and I don't care for it as much currently, I'm not ashamed to just be like, I don't like this as much anymore. This game definitely passes the vibe check. Music almost reminds you of playing Star Force 1. That is an interesting comparison. Yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming from, though. Like Fire Emblem Awakening, for instance. The video I did on that game and Fates didn't do that great, but... I'm like so disenchanted with that game these days. Even though at the time that it released, that might have been a contender for one of my favorite games in 2013, or yeah, 2013 was when it came to the West. Like, that was my like game of the year for 2013 as a Nintendo only player. Although now looking back, it'd probably be A Link Between Worlds, because that was like the other contender, and Animal Crossing was up there at the time too. But yeah, A Link Between Worlds needs... That game needs a remaster. Not that it needs it, but like it needs to be accessible. It's too good to not be accessible on current hardware. It's upsetting. You have the Special Edition Fates cartridge. You've only finished Birthright. Dropped Conquest halfway through, Revelations never started. It's probably best to keep it that way from what I understand. I played Birthright and got bored when it came out, because I was like, because I loved Awakening so much at the time, I was gonna play Birthright, then do Conquest, and then do Revelations, but then the story ended up being kind of shitty in Fates, and so I didn't care from that angle. And I thought Birthright was just kind of like a less interesting version of Awakening. Not that Awakening is that interesting per se, but it just kind of felt like more of the same in kind of a bad way. Conquest, and then Conquest, I don't know, I guess you can watch my video on it, because that's mostly what I talk about when I talk about Fates. It took me a few tries to get into it over the years, and I recognized that the map design largely is very good in Conquest, but there's also a lot of other things about it, and Fates generally, that I don't care for. And so I'm just kind of like, I ended up dropping it like 20 chapters in or something, which is very far. It's like most of the way through. But I just could not bring myself to give a shit at that point. It's happened a few other times too, like with Ratio, which I think is a lot better than Fates, largely, but it's weird. It's like Three Houses is so long, but I haven't minded how long it is, especially because you can bypass some of that length with New Game Plus stuff, which I think is the way to go when replaying that game. I don't think you can't play Three Houses the same way that you play other Fire Emblems. You don't want to be making fresh saves every single time and like trying to Iron Man run it and like all that kind of shit. It's like, no, you gotta treat it almost more like a Persona game, sort of. Because it's like, it has Persona Light kind of calendar elements. But you kind of skip through most of the week. It's just like every, what is it, Saturday or Sunday or something like that you play through, sort of, and you can run around the monastery and do all your activities and shit. But like grinding up your professor level and among other things on subsequent playthroughs is like, it's not the wave, and I understand why some Fire Emblem players don't like Three Houses much because of that. We just have to approach it differently. That's on P5X. I've not looked too much into it. I just don't really play mobile games like that. And I've also been pretty vocal about my apathy towards the continuity and implications of that in spin-offs. So I would say, like, generally when it comes to Persona spin-offs, I just don't really give a shit anymore. I'm kind of done, like, trying them out and stuff. Like, if some of the existing spin-offs came to PC, officially, I would consider checking them out. I'm also kind of sick of P5, in a way. I got a character tier list I've been working on. I'm like redoing my approach to the character tier lists, so I took down my old ones, and I'm redoing them, but I'm like categorizing, so I'm doing like main cast. I did like Strikers a lot. Strikers was kind of the exception, but from what I understand, the perception largely is that is the exception. And then like Arena Ultimax has some cool things. Arena Ultimax introduces a character that is one of my favorite characters in, well, it's probably not she's not top 10, but she's like probably top 15 or 20 or whatever. But a very, very good character that I enjoyed a lot. But then also Arena Ultimax introduced one of my least favorite characters in Persona in the Ultimax story. And so, and like narratively and presentation wise, I'm not into that game that much. So it's like, it's a whole thing. I'm really, when it comes to Persona, I'm really just in it for the main games. I don't really care that much about the spin-offs. And if that makes me a fake fan, then like whatever, I don't care. Where the fuck am I supposed to go, though? I keep running around in circles, and I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Wait a second. Maybe you launch me this way? Oh, no. That's not an option. Okay. We got over here, but that doesn't do anything for me. And we can't smash him from this side, so... Wait, yeah, that doesn't do anything. Hold up. Oh. Love Strikers. Yeah, I hear good things about Tactly, but there's just some things that really turn me off from wanting to check it out. For one, I mean, I'm sure the gameplay's fine to good. Like, I don't know. From what I understand, it's mostly presentation for me when it comes to Tactica, and then also like the fan servicey kinds of stuff, like the wedding shit, and I'm just like, dude, can we not? Going off the beaten path after finishing Xeno 3 DLC, would you go for Nier Automata or 13 Sentinels? Very different styles of games. I've not played any of Nier Automata, but I played a little bit of 13 Sentinels. And honestly, it's so visual novel-y. I've heard the narrative is amazing in 13 Sentinels, but it's very visual novel-esque. Like, you can walk around and stuff, but it's... At least for my current mood, it was like a little bit too visual novel-y for my tastes. Whereas Automata, I've also heard good things about narratively. I would probably go for Nier, personally, as someone who's not super big into visual novels. But I've heard almost nothing but good things about 13 Sentinels, so I don't think that you can necessarily go wrong. Sorry for the non-answer. I guess Automata would be my pick, personally. Because I've been wanting to get around to playing that game as well. But yeah, I don't know, I've been thinking about this lately, and I'm like, I feel like as a Megami Tensei fan, I feel like I'm leaning a little bit away from Persona lately, but I wonder if it's just because I finished P3R, and then you have that post-Persona depression, and then it's also like there's just not much Persona really happening aside from spin-offs, and since I'm not super interested in the spin-offs, it's like... And I'm like weirdly excited to play SMT5 still. Like, unusually so. Because in the past I would have been like, I heard the story's kind of whatever, or like not very good. I am curious how true that is, though. Especially considering the Vengeance stuff, but Megaten critics and fans tend to be like a little bit... They tend to like harp on certain things a little bit more than I think are deserved. Like, I think it's important to be critical, but it's also like, maybe the story's incomplete, but is it like really dog shit, or is it just like kind of half-baked? Because the story in Nocturne's also like kind of half-baked in my opinion, but I still enjoyed it. Because it's not really the focus in the same way as like more traditional RPGs are concerned. Each would be a new experience for sure. Decided to postpone it till your comeback. Yeah, I think it's good to branch out every now and then too. So like even if you're not super big on visual novels, maybe 13 Sentinels is an exception, you know, like you just never know. And I've written off games in the past and come back to them at later dates too and felt differently. Nocturne being a key example, which I can't seem to shut up about. But the more I think back about my time with Nocturne, the more I'm like, yeah, that was a really good game. I quite liked it. And I think that's why I'm interested in SMT5, because it's like that, it's mainline SMT, but like more refined at least. SMT5 story was hardly present. Can't even tell you what the plot was revolved around. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Curious about Vengeance, though. Yeah, it seems like that's going to be sort of like the Maniacs version. Like how when Nocturne added in the Fiends and the Labyrinth of Amala and stuff like that, which was what we got in the West originally. But that was not the vanilla version. We got the enhanced version off rip. I'm curious if Vengeance is more like that, or if it's more... Because like you can choose, apparently you can choose to play the original version or Vengeance, which is a lot like Nocturne HD, where you can play vanilla Nocturne, or you can play Maniacs, which is what I would recommend on a first play. Or Chronicle, which just swaps out Dante with Rido. From the Rido games, but... Oh, I see. So we have to hammer these. Whoops. Oh. Yeah, I'm wondering like how different they're gonna be, and if it's gonna be a matter of like, should I, as someone who didn't play vanilla SMT5, should I play the vanilla story and then Vengeance later? Or should I just play Vengeance and just leave the vanilla story for, like, curiosity's sake at some point? That's probably what I'll do. I'll probably jump into Vengeance and, like, just that version specifically. Have any game wrecks? I'm bored as fuck. You're on spring break. What systems do you have again? Remind me what systems you have, and if there's any particular like genre that you're looking into. Check with your cousin. He also played SMT5. Wait for a discount. Is it like a P5? P5R difference? It's kind of unclear as of now. Like Vengeance, the Vengeance campaign is supposed to be its own campaign. And so I would assume that mode is going to be similar to Royal to some effect, like with improvements and changes and updates and whatnot. I don't know if the vanilla path is going to have changes as well, or what the deal is with that. Switch PS5 PC. Something not super expensive and not super long. Like 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. Yeah, but, well, not quite, because, well, I don't think it's going to be, like, as distinct as Bowser's Fury. I would say it's almost like, if I had to guess, it's going to be something like if P5R included an option to play vanilla P5 in the same package kind of deal. Or something to that effect. That's what it seems like to me. Which is good because Atlas re-releases tend to be kind of divisive in a lot of cases. Usually it's kind of a vocal minority, but like some people prefer vanilla P4. Well, that's like a very small minority, but like more so with Strange Journey and what else? I guess people don't like Marie, sort of, but a lot of people do like Marie and P4. I don't fucking know. But like Strange Journey Redux is the first thing I can think of, because there are some Strange Journey fans that don't like Redux and the changes and additions it makes. And so if there was an option in Redux to play the original Strange Journey without the Redux changes, but also have the option, like, I don't know. Yeah, I think, well, like P4G has quality of life changes that are kind of hard to give up, like choosing what skills get inherited and stuff. I think narratively, from what I understand as what was added in Golden, I would maybe be in the same camp that at least narratively, I would probably prefer Vanilla P4, personally. Just because I'm not a big fan of Marie. But GamerX. Let's take a look at the old Steam library. So just glancing at my favorites, of course we got Persona stuff. Gravity Circuit is a great Mega Man style platformer. If you're not super proficient at platformers, maybe it's a little bit on the hard side, but I think there's an easy mode. Very fun, grappling hook, melee combat, great music, a weirdly compelling narrative, which I was not expecting. You just have Atelier and Xeno on the blade, yeah. On the blade? On the brain. Hades, I think I've probably pitched before. That's a roguelite. And so I wouldn't say that it's a short game, but it's one where you can kind of just jump in periodically and not feel pressure to like play like long sessions or anything like that. I think the Battle Network games, if you take them one at a time, like the Battle Network Legacy Collection, I'll always pitch. There's some old school design stuff in there that might not click, but I would just say, like, if the first game gives you trouble, just skip over to 2, because 2 is a lot better. Zero ZX is a solid collection as well. I could honestly really pitch most of the Mega Man collections. Like, the classic games are, if you're not super familiar with platformers, I would maybe not recommend you start with those. But like the first X collection is great. The Zero ZX collection is solid as well. Battle Network for some very distinct action RPG stuff with old school sensibilities. Platformers, Gravity Circuit, I'd say The Messenger, Shovel Knight, of course, but that's a little expensive these days because it's Treasure Trove. Sonic Mania even is very good. Xenoblade's worth it narratively. Yeah, I would agree. I'm one of those who has struggled to get over the wall with Xenoblade. Super Meat Boy if you want to hate yourself. Great game, but it's like very, very hard. Any other short stuff? Like, just look at my favorites on Steam. Only platforming experience is DKC, like the newer ones. Because Tropical Freeze is great, if you haven't played that. If you have played it, then I would lean towards recommending more difficult platformers. If you want something a little bit low-key, more casual, I think Return to Dreamland Deluxe, Kirby, is a very good package. I don't know how expensive it is, though. I think it is full price, maybe, but Metroid Dread, if you haven't played it. Prime Remastered as well, which is $40, but it's a very quality remaster. 3D World plus Bowser's Fury is also on my like Switch favorites, and then I'm sure there's other stuff that I could think of. Easiest way to play Black and White, emulator. Playing it through Desmume on emulator is probably the easiest way. You have White 2 and you want to... Yeah, you should play the first ones first. Meaning to play Metroid Dread, it's so good, dude. It's so good. It's so polished. It's like... Hell yeah, dude. Go a little bit further. At the very least, let's finish up this area. I've just been pitching some game recommendations here and there. I was scared it was going to crash for a second. I should save. Sonic Mania is a good call. Yeah, Mega Collection, that's on the GameCube version of that. Sonic Origins isn't bad either, but I would recommend getting that on a sale. That's like the older Sonic, 2D Sonic games. And in fact, if you want to play an amazing fan-made hack of a Sonic game, you should look into Sonic 3 Angel Island Revisited, Sonic 3 Air. You give it the ROM and it like builds an executable for you. That game's great. Like I've legitimately played Sonic 3 Air like 3 or 4 times in the past 2 weeks or whatever. I'm like low-key obsessed with it for some reason. I think it's better than Mania, actually. Mania's great too, but I don't know what the deal is with me with Mania. I don't know why. Like, I played the shit out of it when it came out. It just doesn't quite do it for me anymore. It's very good though, very polished. And very fun. Great music. Oh, you 100% of Mario Wonder? Then Super Meat Boy wouldn't be super short, but you could probably handle it then. Well, okay, maybe that's not fair. I didn't play the harder stuff in Wonder, but it's probably not Super Meat Boy level. I'm capping really hard because well, also, if you're gonna play Super Meat Boy, play the PC version because the soundtrack is not. I don't think the soundtrack that they had to change the soundtrack because of some issues with the composer, whatever. When it re-released on non-Xbox and PC. But if you play it on if you play Super Meat Boy on PC, toggle it to the old OST because I think that shit bangs way harder than the new one. Less Level in Wonder is hard as fuck. I believe it though. Like some of those challenge levels did take a couple of tries for sure. But I didn't play much past beating the game though. It took you a whole hour. Dude, Super Meat Boy though. That is the game where boys become men. We'll say. Shit's hard as hell. I love it though. I've thought about restreaming that though, because I feel like that playthrough, while it still is up on the channel, I feel like I can just going back and like watching a little bit, I can still tell that it's like kind of early days of streaming for me. So I'm kind of like, man, I kind of want like a newer version of that. And I would go for 106% again. I would do it. Because I think I could do it even faster this time. Problem is there's no multiple save files, so I'd have to delete my save, or I could back it up, but... I'm gonna play Legend Zaza. Same thing happened with Sonic Origins at Sonic 3K. Yeah, Mario Wonder has, like, it has, if you're familiar with Mario World, it kind of has, like, the Star Road kind of challenge levels in it. I still think Mario World is better by a mile compared to Wonder, but I think people screaming that it's, like, the best 2D Mario are kind of capping, personally. I mean, it is a matter of opinion, of course, but I would disagree. As Cole Rest would say. Am I gonna play Legend Zaza? Did I answer this already? It depends. I am very interested by it because I thought Legends Arceus was a nice step in the right direction. And if it's polished, if Legends Zaza is polished, I will play it gladly. I'm super down because X and Y are kind of underwhelming. And more, but Kalos is so cool, and so like getting more of that is neat in a way that isn't just a traditional Pokemon Z, like over a decade later, which is crazy. This is basically Pokemon Z though. But yeah, Sonic 3 Air is awesome. That game has quickly shot up to like some of my favorite. I mean, I had played the classic Sonic games back in the day on the GameCube through the Mega Collection, but I wasn't very good at them, but I think partially because the GameCube controller is very bad for playing platformers, in my opinion. 2D platformers, 3D platformers, it's great. 2D platformers, that D-pad is not good. But Sonic 3 Air is very good. There's like so many options too. But I don't think Origins is as bad as people say. Like the fan-made improvement patches are better than playing Origins, but Origins is just a lot more accessible and can at least give you a taste for the older Sonic games, but I wouldn't pay $40 for it. I got it for like half off or something. Or like close to half off. Mario Land vibes from Wonder. That's actually a good comparison. It is weirdly kind of Mario Land-esque Except without the limitations of the Game Boy, of course. I guess I like Mario Land 2 in particular with the different worlds. I wish that Wonder was non-linear from the get. Like if you could choose the order you did the worlds in immediately instead of having to do the first 3 and then doing the last 3 in any order. And plus World 3 I remember just being World 3 Battle Network, but I remember World 3 being pretty underwhelming. And it was weird. The last 3 worlds were cool though. Like once it actually let you do them in any order, I thought the game got a lot better. Wait, can I hammer this down? Oh yeah, I can. Okay, sick. Yeah, I've been meaning to like make videos about what the hell? I thought he was gonna charge at me. I've been meaning to make videos about like my favorite games on X system or X genre. The only thing is I feel weird about doing that if I haven't played, like if there are certain games that I want to play on a certain system or in a certain genre and it's just like, what if this cuts the top 10, but I haven't played it yet, you know? It's like, there's that anxiety there, in a sense. But that's why I've thought about looking back and being like limiting myself to certain years or something. Because largely, up to a certain generation, with the exception of like PlayStation first-party stuff, or exclusives at least, I've played pretty much everything that I've wanted to from like, you know, NES, Super Nintendo. I'm sure there's some Super Nintendo games I could stand to play that I haven't, but I've played pretty much everything that I want to from that generation on Nintendo systems at least, all the way up until maybe the 3DS, even at this point, to be honest. Fake Persona account posted an amazing trailer for the P3 movies coming back to theaters. Is it like a fan-made trailer kind of deal? Those movies, I think those movies are like kind of good, actually. It doesn't replace the experience of playing the game, but it does a lot of the major plot beats really well. In some cases, I would even say maybe better than the game. Which is why it's somewhat disappointing that they didn't implement much of that into Reload. But I also understand why. Fan made for April Fool's. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, if you want to cry all over again, you could watch the movies. I think they're worth watching. Just like I wouldn't recommend if you haven't played P3. Just watching those, but I enjoyed it as a supplemental thing. Like, I think I watched them maybe the summer, maybe not the summer, but like a month or two maybe after I finished P3 Fest for the first time. And I liked them. No, it doesn't cover anything. It doesn't cover the answer / episode I guess at all. It's just the main story. But there's 4 movies. I think they're each like an hour and a half or something. So something like 6 hours or whatever. And they split up pretty distinctly. It's like by season, basically. Was it Spring of Rebirth, Summer, Midsummer Night's Dream or something like that. I forget what the fall one is called, and then, or no, maybe it's Winter of Rebirth. I don't fucking know. High hopes for episode Aegis. I'm kind of like not excited for episode Aegis, but that's because I don't really like the answer that much. like there's some lore bits that do give context to like the ending in particular, but it kind of is one of those things where I think people put too much stock into continuity as far as like what could happen after the answer/episode, I guess. But from a gameplay standpoint, it's going to be so much better though, because Reload's gameplay is just so much better than Fess. And if anything, I would hope that it's challenging to some effect, or at least more so than the main game, which I think in the main game, I think that I went to Tartarus too much. Even playing on Merciless, like I think whenever I replay Reload, I'm probably going to do like the bare minimum for Tartarus to try to make the game as challenging as possible. And even then, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I think going into a Persona game and expecting something to be genuinely like very challenging is not the right approach. That's not really the appeal, in my opinion, as someone who enjoys challenging games. Yukari fans, yeah. I mean, Yukari was portrayed like slightly differently in the main game from what I can recall. It's really hard to pinpoint like individual changes. But there is a consensus out there that Yukari's character was done kind of dirty in the answer. Her actions and her reactions and stuff are understandable, but I think if you're not looking at things from her perspective, it can seem like not a great look. My main thing with the answer is just that I don't think that it's like as necessary as a lot of people make it out to be. Because I think the ending of P3 is just like pretty much perfect as it is, if a little ambiguous, but I think that's okay. I actually kind of prefer that, TBH. Yeah, and I would assume that they're gonna maybe tone some of that stuff back, maybe, or try to flesh out the characterization a little bit more within the confines of episode Aegis. So I wouldn't be too worried if you're already a Yukari fan, because I like Yukari as well. Okay, so oh wait, this is gonna launch me to the other one, yeah. Gotta do, oh okay, so that's, oh what the fuck? Oh well, that works. It's actually pretty fun. I'm like having a good time so far, but we're not at the point where I dropped it back in the day, so we shall see. And it feels good to be doing a regular playthrough again, so that's why I'm streaming a little bit longer than usual. Yeah, I do. The voice acting, like Japanese versus English thing, is like interesting to me, because I know that the dubs are good, especially compared to a lot of other dubs that exist. Especially even if you go back to the PS2 games compared to a lot of what was happening at the time. But I do think that people who think Persona is cringy should try playing the games in Japanese. Not that I think that the dub is cringy per se, but it has its moments, and I can see where people are coming from when they have that opinion. That's part of the reason why I push the Japanese VA so much. To me, for me personally, it's more so the immersion factor, where like it's so Japanese centric that to me it would be it's a little jarring to not have them be speaking Japanese. Because there are Japanese games that I play dubbed, too. And the dub, yeah, I think the dub does have cringe moments for sure. Maybe less so P3 and more so 4 and 5, but that's the thing is, like, when I in the past when I've seen people being heavily critical of Persona and just like writing it off as being cringe teen bullshit or whatever, it's like, play it in Japanese then, because I think that does something for the tone in a positive way. And I think that I bet the dub actors do fine when it comes to like the heavy moments, but it's more so in like the comic relief kind of stuff, which is hit or miss even in Japanese, but I have been meaning to check out some of the scenes dubbed though. Yes, especially in P5 when An is saying she's the only one who knows English, or like when they go to Hawaii and Ryuji is supposed to be speaking in Japanese, trying to speak English. A lot of that kind of stuff is lost when you play in English, I would guess. And also like the whole, also the honorifics as well can also come across poorly in English. But meanwhile, like, that's fair, yeah, and I would never deride anyone who enjoys playing the dub. I think that sub enjoyers that are like looking down on dub enjoyers, I think are just douchebags. But that's like anyone looking down on anyone for any preference related thing. It's like, it's totally stupid. It's like if I prefer vanilla and you prefer chocolate, and I'm like, chocolate's trash, dude. It's like, chocolate's not trash. I prefer vanilla to chocolate largely, but it's like just one of those things. Internet discourse, fun times, you know. Everything's either perfect or garbage. No in between. It's very annoying. And even if you have content that is like nuanced in a sense, you kind of have to be controversial somewhat in your title or thumbnail, like at least to a slight degree, to garner attraction, which is unfortunate. Doing Duolingo for Japanese for like a year, barely know any of the words. Alphabet's been 80% of it. Yeah, when it comes to learning a new language, as far as I understand at least, it's like immersing yourself in the culture is easily the best way to do that, which of course you can't just, not everyone can just fly to Japan and just like live there, but it is kind of a sink or swim kind of thing. Like I picked up on certain vocab words through playing games in Japanese or watching anime, which I don't watch a ton of anime really, but I wouldn't claim to know how to speak Japanese, but there are certain words and phrases that I understand. And I think I have the inflection, like how to say certain words, pretty down pat. I don't always do like the authentic, like swapping the L and R sounds in that same way, because I think that if I'm speaking English, like it just doesn't make sense. But the emphasis of certain syllables, I think I understand it, even if I could not speak it and don't understand the grammar like at all either, or vaguely. But if I were to go to Japan, which I really want to do at some point, I would want to at least learn like some phrases that are genuinely used in day-to-day life, because I know that the way that characters talk in anime and games is not really a one-to-one to like the actual real world, which is understandable, makes sense. But there are definitely phrases that can carry over. I would bet. Oh wait, interesting. Okay. So we do it from over here. Oh. Oh shit. Okay, early, but I get it. Yeah. So fun to play the sub and recognize words and phrases. Yeah, and you can also tell when certain things are changed, too. Which can be upsetting at times, because it's like... I do think localizers can take too many liberties at times. It depends. Not so much in games that I've played, but I've heard... Well, I guess Fire Emblem Fates. Fire Emblem Fates is one we were talking about earlier. That's one that apparently the localization really took a lot of liberties with, which is understandable in certain cases because of certain uncouth things you can do in that game. Weirdly. That may be okay in certain cultures, but not so much in America. And so it's like aging up certain characters or whatever and whatnot. So it's a whole thing. I'll never defend Fates though, because I don't really like it that much. And I think SMT4 Apocalypse is also one of those, from what I understand. Which I would believe based on what I've seen of it. That game gets derided for being like a mainline SMT game for Persona fans, but like as someone who likes the mainline Persona games, at least the Hashino ones, like all encompassing, I don't think that Apocalypse is it. From what I've seen. Gameplay wise it's supposed to be great, but I feel like I'd rather just play SMT5. But I'm curious to see what happens with SMT4, because that should get off the 3DS. And Apocalypse is more like a sequel than, like... It's not a royal upgrade, it's like an actual sequel, which is pretty rare. In fact, like, that's... Well, SMT 1 and 2 might be connected in some way, actually. Have I played Q or Q2? No. That's one where it's like, I'm sure the gameplay is decently fun. I don't really like the chibi. I don't like chibi. Like, I've never been a big fan of chibi, like in 3D at least. I feel like it's... I don't know if that was wind or rain or what. Outside my window, but I don't really care for the art style, and I don't really give a shit about the narrative in those games either, because it's like, oh, during the monsoon or the typhoon or whatever in P3, they get sucked into an alternate world, and then like P4, they end up being there. Like, they canonically explain it as taking place during the middle of the story, and I'm just like, I'd rather just pretend this doesn't exist, or it's like a completely separate canon or timeline or something. Like, that's what I mean when I say that Persona fans take the canon and continuity too seriously. Is like, no, I'm not buying that Persona Q actually happened during the events of P3, because that's fucking stupid. No matter how good the story might be, like, I don't give a shit. That's so dumb. I'd rather just take it at face value as its own standalone thing. Thoughts on BDSP? Yeah, that art style is not it. And BDSP has more problems than just that. The fact that it's a one-to-one remake of Diamond and Pearl is like not a good choice because Diamond and Pearl were never that great. It was Platinum that made Sinnoh great. Because I remember, largely growing up, I felt like Pokemon generation to generation improved, but when Diamond and Pearl came out, I still considered Gen 3 to be my favorite gen. However, by the time Platinum and Heart Gold Soul Silver came out, it was like, okay, Gen 4 is in more of a running here. I maybe still, at the time, consider Gen 3 my favorite, but then Gen 5 came out, and then that dethroned Gen 3/Gen 4, in my opinion. But Gen 4 is still very high up there. BDSP is generally 10 times worse than Platinum. It's not great. I think that... I also don't think that it's like as bad as a lot of people say. I put it in the bottom of tier of my tier list, but I don't really... It's mostly because like Platinum already is there and I have access to it, so I'd rather just play that if I wanted to play through Sinnoh. In a vacuum, I feel like it could be okay, but as someone who is very familiar with Sinnoh, it just... I got bored. I didn't finish it. I got like not even 3 badges in because the 3rd badge in Diamond and Pearl is Maylene for some fucking reason. So I didn't even make it to Veilstone, and I dropped it because I was like literally falling asleep. Oris is still your fave. Oris is solid. I've softened on it a bit. I need to be careful how I use the word softened because I've been using that in like 2 different contexts. But I've eased up on my opinion of Oris a little bit over the years. I still think Emerald is probably the best way to play Hoenn, but Oris has some things going for it for sure. What are we doing? Same thing with Scarlet and Violet, yeah. Platinum, Black and White 2 to be the best. That's fair, yeah. That's definitely fair. I like HGSS a lot too, but it definitely has issues. But I also like never play these games vanilla anymore, so... Oh, you didn't play HGSS? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm curious how Drayano's doing on Aurora Crystal. I don't know if there's been any updates. The problem is, like, I don't use Twitter, but I will occasionally check his Twitter feed as an outsider to see. But the problem is that tweets aren't ordered by release. Like you can't see his most recent tweets at the top. It's fucking stupid. Like, I don't know why they changed that. It makes literally no sense. I think Mario and Luigi games embrace the fact that the bros are mute. Yeah, I think so. I think, like, as we were saying before, Starlo kind of ruins that a little bit, but well, it's also like they're not even necessarily mute, because it's different, because like in Mario RPG, Mario is like acting out everything, compared to, in this game, they're seemingly like actually speaking Italian. So like people do seemingly understand what they're saying somehow. In Paper Mario, he doesn't really talk either. He's kind of just like makes gestures and stuff. But there's the other party members do talk, and they kind of make up for that though. So. Wish Oris had the Battle Frontier, yeah. Same. How do I... Wait, can I go south from here? Oh no, it's on this side, I see. I don't know quite what it wants me to do. Take a sip of water, though. Did an Emerald Randomizer and got Groudon as a starter. That's pretty badass. Randomizers are fun. I like those. I forget what the fuck I know I'm supposed to rescue the dude, but I'm like, how do I do that though? Down for the basically free heals though. "3D Pokemon games run like shit on all the randomizers you've tried." Yeah, they just kind of don't run great in general. Even on original hardware, they were pretty laggy at times. Was there a reason why I couldn't? You know what 3D Pokemon games you should try are Colosseum and XD for the GameCube. Those games are great. And I would even consider recommending playing Grand Colosseum and XG if you want a little bit more challenge with modern mechanics and whatnot. Tried to stream a normal X playthrough and did... Yeah, it's like very... 3DS games are very CPU intensive if you're emulating. It's definitely not ideal. Ah, so this is blocked off, I see. Yeah, that you can run them on Dolphin, yeah. Vanilla Colosseum is kind of hard from what I remember, but I was also a kid when I last played Vanilla Colosseum. Because, like, Grand Colosseum is definitely harder, but it also gives you more... It gives you better tools. Because the thing is with those games is that the Pokemon you can encounter and catch are very limited. And usually it's like some... In the mainline games, you would consider them to be kind of dog shit. Like, they give you not great Pokemon, but they also pit you up against Pokemon that are not as competitively viable, so it's like kind of an interesting thing. You get to use, you know, Ursa Ring and some mons that like typically would not be considered very good. But you also have to consider it's Gen 3, the Gen 3 pool of mons, so a lot smaller to pick from. But lots of Johto mons in that game because since you couldn't transfer Pokemon from Gen 2 to Gen 3, that was their way of making a lot of Johto mons accessible in the Gen 3 games. Favorite Mario Kart, and have I played Rayman Legends? I've played a little bit of Rayman Legends. I don't know why it didn't click for me. And then favorite Mario Kart, probably 8, to be honest. I grew up with 64. Double Dash is great too. If Mario Kart 8 or if Mario Kart 9 ends up having a Double Dash mode, I feel like that would be amazing. That's the thing with Double Dash is like... I like the mechanics of Double Dash a lot, but there's just not that many tracks to pick from, because it was before they started doing retro tracks. And so... it's not as fun to play single player in my opinion, but... do I like Mario Kart Wii? Looking back on it, it's hard to justify playing Mario Kart Wii because so many of those tracks are playable in 8. I wouldn't say that all of them transitioned that well into 8, though. I mean, I played the shit out of Mario Kart Wii back in the day, of course. But looking back on it, that's one that I feel like has been kind of overtaken by 8 generally, and 7 is kind of the same way, too. Whereas Double Dash has something unique that it brings to the table that 8 doesn't do. And so that makes it a game that I would be more likely to jump into, whereas most of the time if I'm feeling like playing Mario Kart, I'll play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Oh shit, that's kind of fun. Shoo-ba-da-beep-ba-doo-doo. Lucky, lucky. Group with Wii and drifting. Oh, yeah, the bikes. That's true, the drifting with bikes. Yeah, I feel like 8 I feel like Mario Kart 8, especially Deluxe, kind of homogenized a lot of the way the vehicles handle in kind of a negative way. I do like being able to view your stats and stuff and being able to make different builds and stuff. 8's inside drift is so god-awful. I do remember that being an issue, yeah. Like when you have bikes with a really like shallow drift, that is very annoying, I would agree. Shit. We'll finish up this arc and then we'll call it. It is storming outside, so I don't want to risk the stream ending early. Not of my own volition. Shoo-ba-da-beep-ba-dee-doo. Yoshi might go stupid in 8. That one's fun, yeah. I would agree. I like the purple one. I think it's called the Duke. That's usually one of my go-tos, with like either roller wheels or I guess like blue rollers or something. The shitty thing, what I don't like about 8 is that you can't save like different vehicle setups. If you could save vehicle setups, that would be a huge quality of life thing. Because it makes me not want to experiment, because if I forget what I typically use, then I'm gonna have to just, like... It's one of those things that would seem like a no-brainer if it wasn't a Nintendo game. Because of course they would leave something like that out. 1 second you're on the far outside, then 2 seconds later you're off the stage, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. Is that it? That's all there's here? That's all that's here, really? I mean, there's no... Wait, how do I get out then? Oh, I see. Oh, so that's not it. So where... Here we... Okay, so yeah. This will be the valve to push him out of the thing, whatever. Not using the BMW. Use the Bone Rattler. Oh, the Bone Rattler is cool, yeah. That's true. Yeah, the Mercedes-Benz DLC or whatever is like... That was very odd. But I don't... Nintendo's in a very interesting case with a lot of their franchises where it's like... I feel like they're gonna have to experiment pretty heavily for me to buy back in. Like, well, I shouldn't say that, but it's more like Smash did the Everyone Is Here thing, so they are kind of gonna have to... I don't know what is wrong with me. They're gonna kind of have to go back to square one to, or like reinvent how Smash works or something. Cut the roster, which I think is a good idea. Mario Kart, kind of a similar deal. Oh yeah, Diddy's in the game, yeah. Was he a Booster Course Pass Edition? I think he was. It's hard to predict these, though. Okay, lit. There we go. Like, Zelda's in a similar spot where I'm like, okay, I get that they're gonna keep doing the open world thing, whatever. New art style, new worlds, new literally anything. You know? It's like, what are they gonna do? Mario still seems to be pretty experimental. Like, if they go the kind of more open zone... That's Sonic, but, you know, like the kind of open Bowser's Fury style of model, like, that's something a little bit different. I don't know if I'd be as into it, but... it's something different. Somewhat. If Pokemon's gonna keep leaning into the Legends stuff, then that's a good change. Roof Steve and Min Min. Yeah, as soon as they added Minecraft Steve, I was like... that's when I stopped getting excited for the DLC and was just kind of like, what is going on here? Well, actually, no, Hero, the Dragon Quest XI Hero was really where they lost me. Not because I don't think it's a good fit, but just because the way that he plays is, like, so different from everyone else, which is cool on one hand, but on the other hand, it's like, this dude's over here playing a totally different game. He's, like, menuing and shit. And Steve is, like, kind of the same way as far as I understand, and I'm like, I don't know about this. I do think Dragon Quest having representation in Smash makes sense, though. I mean, if fucking Cloud is in the game, then, like... Cloud was never on was not originally on a Nintendo system. I think Nintendo should wait out for another Smash game, Ultimate. Ultimate felt like it was yeah, there was a finality to it, for sure. And another option they could have is, like, literally just port Ultimate to every subsequent system. Although, assuming that their future systems will always be backwards compatible now that digital libraries are a thing, and the expectation from PlayStation and Xbox is that, like, it'll continue to carry over, so Nintendo should follow suit, I hope. In which case they wouldn't need to resell Ultimate, but maybe that would be more of an incentive to make a new Smash game, whereas they could just keep porting Ultimate over to new systems over and over and over again for the rest of time, and get away with it. At least for a while. Until, like, literally everyone who wants to own it owns it. Steve is building platforms in your platform fighter. Yeah, I'm not, like, super into that last batch. I kind of, like, fell off of Ultimate by that point. Who dat? Oh, sick. Steve can do smash attacks anywhere. Yeah, he's like top tier, and he's annoying. And annoying to fight against. That sucks. Nintendo's not... yeah, Nintendo doesn't let anyone make any sensible decisions, so... I'm not super surprised. Oh, wait. You have to unlock Bros attacks for each of them? Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. That would explain why the game is so long. Partially. Banjo-Kazooie was originally going to be in Melee. Finally made it into Smash. Yeah, for sure. Because, I mean, that must have been around the time that Microsoft acquired Rare. Right, it was around the turn of the century. Like, Conker's came out in 2000. But... yeah. I keep saying I should save, and then I'm, like, not saving. Yeah, I should be saving more often. Banjo-Kazooie got 5th the most recent tournament. Oh, the character's so mid. He's kind of fun to play though, but I can see why he's not like that great though. From what because I Banjo-Kazooie is probably the last DLC character that I like really actually messed around with and tried to play a little bit. Banjo's goofy, yeah. Alright, we'll do this boss fight and then we'll save the rest for next time. Discount. Oh, right, yeah. I kind of like, I kind of like that you have equipment slots for each of the specific items, like your shoe damage and your hammer damage are different. So where... I'd rather have the defense buff. Oh, interesting. I bet we get another slot for these chest items, maybe. Or maybe it is like a... Or no, maybe not. It is apparel, so I guess you're sacrificing that extra defense for... And it does have, Oh no, it doesn't have any defense associated with it, okay. Very glass cannon-esque, which is kind of cool. They made him ass on purpose. And Terry has infinite supers. And they made Banjo ass on purpose. It's sad to see. For how awesome. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can't have the Microsoft character beating up Mario and Link, right? Like, funny enough, that's actually a thing. When, like, I think when Marvel and DC do crossovers, it's like, they have to make sure that one side isn't overly dominant when it comes to, like, the results of certain fights in said stories, which is very funny. So I would not even hesitate to think that the reason why Banjo-Kazooie are not, like, top tier is because they're not Nintendo first party. But then again, Steve is also not that way, but Steve is, like, more... I feel like Steve is more platform agnostic than he is a Microsoft character at this point. Even if Microsoft does own Minecraft. Oh! Yeah, Luigi's got he's got that fight going on. Holy Christ. I remember this fight being kind of a doozy. So we'll see if that's still the case. Okay. So big bubble bounces, small bubble bounces, I don't know. Bad timing. It's fine. It does seem like the badge meter fills up slower, which is good. Maybe it's based on damage dealt. That's probably what it is. But you can also store up to 2 extra charges, so like that kind of makes it less bad or whatever. Oh. When Steve came out, everyone thought he was ass. Just a high skill ceiling, I guess, right? Peach want a Smash Bros. Movie. That would be interesting, yeah. Wouldn't mind Smash Bros. Anime. That would be cool, too. I'm down for Nintendo to kind of experiment with their movie and TV offerings instead of just feeling like they have to do a specific style or whatever. I'm very wary of the Zelda movie. Not that I feel that invested, I really don't care if it's good or not, but live action Zelda just sounds like a mistake. Oh, the chase sequence or what? Yeah, nice. Oh, okay. Shit. Shit. Damn, okay. That's fine, we get the defense buff, and then I can use one of these. No, World of Light. Yeah, World of Light narratively, yeah, not into it. No, we need some subspace emissary kind of shit, dude. That was hype. Holy Christ. Oh my god. I'm gonna have Luigi use a mush on Mario. 30, yeah, that's good. Plenty. Oh shit. I thought he was gonna come back for a second hit. Already worried after the whole live-action Sonic thing. Yeah, it seems like it is working out for Sonic, as far as the movies are concerned. I'm just like, the problem is that Link is a silent protag, and I guess they could give him a voice. I don't think that that couldn't be pulled off, but I don't feel like that translates as well outside of a video game or anime context. Nice. Was that like a him getting hit in the crotch joke? Dude, Luigi's going through it right now. Still going. We're gonna wrap it up soon, though. Oh, it was like a hit, like a him getting hit in the crotch. That's funny. If they mess him up, he'll cry. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, I think on the one hand, having faith in Nintendo when it comes to this is like probably a safe bet, considering how the Mario movie seemed to be enjoyable and like fine. Some people were weirdly expecting like, I don't know what some people were expecting, but it's Mario. It seems very faithful in that regard, especially compared to the one that came out back in the 80s or whatever. Last time they gave Link a voice. Yeah, the old Zelda cartoon and the CDI games, yeah. Well, excuse me. I think why a lot of people expected some deep story out of Mario. Yeah, it was a weird thing. It's like just controversy for controversy's sake. It's like, it seemed very just par for the course, standard, safe Mario movie, but enjoyable at the same time. So like, for a first outing since the fiasco of the 80s movie, the 80s Mario movie, like I'm not surprised that they played it safe. Yeah, everything, it's like I was saying, it's like everything is either amazing or trash. And so like if it's not a masterpiece, then people have to think about, okay, why is this trash? Let's pick a flaw or something that could be perceived as a flaw and like dial up our reaction to 11. for no good reason. Music remixes. Oh, they had Gusty Garden in that? He had Nuance? What is this? Oh, Nuisance? You want me to be a nuisance? No, Nuance. Nuisance. Oh, okay. Okay, Nuisance. I gotcha. Yeah, 80s Mario film was trying to make it adult for some reason, like very weird, like very gritty. I've seen clips of it here and there, and it's just like I don't. It's a very strange approach that they took. It's probably that they felt there's probably some kind of cultural barrier there, but also they probably felt like, oh, it's going to be in theaters. It has to be like Terminator or Alien or like whatever else was big at the time. Oh, sono betto dopo trapato, papito. Pepitos. Pepperoni. Yeah. How to destroy it was the only way. His polite processor. Now here's your problem. You've got the toy set to evil. You need to see the Mario movie sequel. I still need to see the first one. I'll probably wait until the second one's gonna come out and then watch the first one. I did watch the first Sonic movie recently, though. It was pretty good. Pretty good. Nothing crazy, but definitely not a disaster, like it appeared to be with that initial design. But they turned it around. It was solid. Definitely aimed more at kids for sure, but I enjoyed some of the references. Jim Carrey's always great too. And the fact that in the post-credit scene or whatever you see him talking and looking a lot more like Eggman should was very cool. Like he surprisingly was able to do a good not Dean Bristow, because he's the late voice of Eggman from back in the Adventure days. Who does his voice now? It's like on the tip of my tongue. But he's able to do, like, the Eggman voice very convincingly. Dude, yeah, I mean, that's the reason why I wanted to watch the first two Sonic movies, was because of Sonic 3 having Shadow, and being very SA2 inspired. Sitting to look for Sonic, you were like, yeah, not your Sonic, the original one, yeah. Mike Pollock, yeah, that's it. No, I think you're right. I think Mike Pollock is the current voice of Eggman. I do want to see. There's rumors about a Sonic Heroes remake or remaster. Like, there's that fan one that's going on in association with the guy who did Project 06. But there's also rumors of an official one coming next year, which is exciting, because if Heroes was polished, it would be great. It's not polished, but the level design and the music and mechanics are all really good. It just needs to be polished. However, I'm very curious about Sonic Adventure remakes, because I want that to happen, but I'm also, like, wondering if they can really capture the same... I wonder if they can capture it the same way. Not that, I mean, Sonic Adventure 1 I'm less concerned about, because Jesus Christ, those cutscenes are rough. But SA2 is much better, at least conceptually. I don't think it's executed that great, bar a couple of iconic scenes that I've, grew up with, but... 7 Rings in Hand. Yeah, dude, I mean, Live and Learn is, like, really the one that I'm looking for, and even I Am All of Me would go pretty fucking hard if they decide to pull more from Shadow's side of the OST. But I don't know how much they're gonna lean into like the Shadow 05 stuff because of the guns and whatnot. Granted, the game was E10. I don't think Shadow's gonna have a gun in the movie, but that was a thing that happened. When I was like 9 years old, I thought that was the coolest shit. We don't want voicing Shadow. Isn't the rumor... Is the rumor that it's Pattinson? Or no, the rumor is that it's Hayden Christensen, right? I don't know. They need to get like that kind of airy, like... like... I don't know if I want to do it right now, but it's like, you know, this is the ultimate... Like, it's gotta be like... It's gotta have that like airy kind of edginess to it or whatever. There's something away that I think it's Jason Griffith who does the original voice for Shadow. There's something about his inflection and the way he handles the character that is like kind of perfect. Wish they used the game music in the movies. 2 seemed hesitant to use Sonic tunes. That's surprising, considering Knuckles showed up. Like no Mushroom Hill or Angel Island theme or anything like that from Sonic 3. Sonic Heroes is a smart choice to do a remake. Yeah, it was the first multi-platform one, that's true. And it also probably needs more help than SA1 and 2. I mean, SA1 and 2, you kind of need to mod them somewhat to get them to work properly on PC, but you can get them to work properly, whereas Heroes just has polish problems. And like, yeah, the first two Sonic Adventures aren't like the most polished games ever. Adventure 2 more so for sure, but I weirdly think they hold up better. And also, there's less to stress about, like, narrative in Heroes. Like, it'd be pretty hard to fuck up the narrative in Heroes if they're doing a full remake. Whereas in Adventure 1 and more so 2, it'd be far more easy to, like, mess up that story. Even if I think that it should be better by all rights. Shadow for Smash. Yeah, I mean, I back in Brawl, I kind of wish that he would have gotten added, but slight Drowning theme reference, but that's it. Mario movie has so many references. Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen the Mario movie yet, so I can't really speak on that, but do I want to keep going? I mean, I wouldn't want to go much longer because once you pass the 6-hour mark, it's you can't edit your VODs, which is annoying. On the Rainbow Road scene, yeah, I've seen bits and pieces here and there, so I know there's lots of references. That's the main reason why I want to see it, is to see how many references I can pick up. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I guess we can just save wherever, so I can just save here, in fact. We can pick up here next time. Mushrise Park. Jesus Christ, that is low res as fuck. You see the sprites in the middle of the screen? It's like, oh my god, I feel like I don't have my contacts in. You have a good night, guys. We'll be back next time with some more Dream Team. Pretty enjoyable. I'm enjoying it so far. But again, not at the point where I dropped it 10 years ago, so we'll see.